Oh shit, it's Wednesday? I don't care anymore. We're streaming on all days, 24/7, 365. I really just don't care anymore. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. What the hell are you doing today? This tastes like crap. Anyways. Here is what we're doing today. Essentially, what I want to do right now... Here, let's just go ahead and create the themes. We're going to create 2 repositories in our own. Forcho. Oh. Cool. So this is our Forcho. And we're going to create templates, rhythm game. Make it a template. Maybe. I don't know how to make it a template. Am I able to change the setting in the future? I don't actually know if I can change that setting in the future. But it's no matter. It's no matter at all. That for now today... Wolf. Alright. Let's go ahead and do this. We're going to make a template rhythm game. And what this is going to do is, it's a actually, universal rhythm game. And what this is supposed to be is a library of an all-income benzene. Is that how you spell it? No. Benzene. Nope. I don't know how you spell it. I think I might be stupid. Library of a... How do we put it? We'll run ads for the no one here. Oh, but how do we put this? A library for... I don't know how to explain this. It is a library that you can use... that you can apply in any other game engine. Perfect. So here's the universal rhythm game. And then afterwards, we're going to create another repository. Here, let's just quickly... Repository. Open the console here, git clone this. It's going to clone an empty repository. That's fine. Go over here. We need to remove certain things, because these shouldn't do anything. Then afterwards, where is it? Wiki? No wiki. I hate the wiki. Universal rhythm game example. This is an example. Be used for the universal rhythm game. Beautiful. Create that repository too. Yeah. Need to go over here, git clone this, cd into the universal rhythm game example. Git submodule, add, go over here, grab this. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. You're on a branch yet to be born. Oh. Totally fine then. I mean, if we don't have a branch that's... We're on a branch that's not born yet. I'm sure that we could just... change around a couple of things. Kinomir! Hello! Hi! Hi, Kinomir. How are you doing today? Me personally, I'm doing pretty well. I just woke up. And I'm ready to stream. And now that we have those two repositories... Rock and Stone! Rock and Stone! Never gets old. The other two people aren't here because I usually don't stream Wednesdays, but I'm just gonna change that. Why not? I want to stream Wednesdays as well. I want to stream every single day. What were we doing? OpenGL. I want to specifically have this. The Vulkan website. That's cool. I don't want Vulkan. I want OpenGL. We're going to utilize OpenGL as the quote-unquote main way that it renders the universal rhythm game. And it might be weird. Like, why not use Godot Engine as the example? But I want to make sure that it actually does have a universalness to it. So maybe later on we could also put it in for Godot Engine, so that way we could actually showcase that you could literally just bind it anywhere. And I think that would be pretty cool. Like a rhythm game that you could put not only anywhere, but just reuse over and over again. I'm gonna make so many rhythm games, you have no idea. Alright. Appropriate drivers. What? I think I have the drivers. Linux. To run on Linux. I think I also have this. It literally goes to the same exact thing. Glad you're doing pretty well, Kinomir. Now let's go ahead and create some video games. Those are bindings. We don't need that. Okay, so libgl is what we need. Do we have libgl? Sudo apt install. Is it libgl dev? Image display dev. What is this package? Why is this separate from regular... Okay, I'm actually confused. Why is this separated? A library to render images from OpenGL. After the initial load, the panning and zooming is done on hardware with 0 CPU cost. 0, you say? The package provides a runtime C libraries and the binaries for a C++ FLTK widget. What is an FLTK widget? You gonna explain that? No? If you're going to do rhythm games, you need gotcha mechanics. Way ahead of you. Ugh. I am so ahead of you. So what we need is a good rhythm game foundation, which is why I am making this project in particular. Then afterwards, once I create that, an example showcasing that it could be binded anywhere, I'm then going to go into Godot engine. And I'm going to make this like the... I'm going to make it a really, really funny mobile game. I'm not really good at creating music, though. And I'm kind of jealous of Unbeatable. Unbeatable is such a good rhythm game. Like, I keep going back to playing the white label because I am too poor to afford the original game in particular. I really like Unbeatable. It's such a good rhythm game. But it's not the first one that inspired me to make rhythm games in the first place. The one that inspired me to make rhythm games is actually Friday Night Funkin', funny enough. Okay, I already have OpenGL dev. That's fine. Friday Night Funkin' is an extremely good game, only because it taught me a lot about how music and how rhythm games work in particular. A lot of people's introduction to rhythm games was Friday Night Funkin'. It's a very easy game, shall we say. What packages need upgrading? I think that upgrade is supposed to fix a security issue, so we're just gonna quickly update. You see this libgbg? GPG is one of the verification methods, I believe, that verifies files and stuff. Which means security. So, we're updating our security. I know some Friday Night Funkin' fans, and one of them was like on their Patreon and waited like 2 years to get their merch. You gotta understand that this is their first time making a game. And they fell into the trap of also shipping merch. Or promising merch for the Kickstarter itself. Which is something that you shouldn't do with your first Kickstarter. Your first Kickstarter should only focus on improving the game and shipping the game, and maybe, if it's easy, ship digital goods as well. Don't do anything else. I'm serious. Don't do anything else. Because if you do more, like ship...
I'm coming!
Thank you for that. Oh, my model's freaking out. I need to turn on the light. But anyways, don't ship physical stuff for your first one. It's going to backfire on you. You do not know the production costs of shipping physical goods. They might have taken some of the items at a loss when shipping out those items. Let's see. Empty file. How does C work? Let's do an S construct. S construct file. What this is going to do is allow us to do as construct themes. Scones. Hell yeah. Welcome, Tar! Welcome! Hello, hi! Are you afraid of spiders? God, no! I am not afraid of spiders! You think I'm afraid of a little bit of spider action? No. Definitely not. Get ignore. While you're streaming, is it not a Wednesday? Well, I would like to stream every day now. The deal has been altered. I no longer care. Why isn't this opening? Yeah. Get status. Get add this. Get commits. Init. I'm not sure. This is going to be my first time building a scones file from scratch, by the way. So I do not know what I'll be doing in order to make an actual scones file in the first place. I do know it does compile C++ code, which means it also compiles C code. I just need to figure out how it compiles C code then. What is multi-world? You keep mentioning it. Am I stupid? Oh. Add support for teleporting and creating multiple worlds. Create multiple worlds with different generators, types, and seeds. Easily teleport to worlds, so then it cuts off. No, not for Minecraft? Ah. Is it a cross-game system which randomizes different games that uses the result to build a single unified multiplayer game? Oh yeah, it's that one. I am interested in this. What are you? It's based off an archipelago. What the heck is this? Oh. Think it randomizes, but other people can have your items. So it has user-generated content. And it's cross... Huh. Interesting. Huh. Huh. That is interesting. I still don't exactly know what this does. We're making scones constructs? Yeah. Sorry. I'm a little bit confused as to what the heck Tar's little theme is. So you need a key, and one of the other friends was playing Pokemon. He needed to spend 2 hours to catch the right Pokemon to give me the key. Oh! It's a cross-platform inventory system? Is that what that is? Oh my god, this is such a confusing concept. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Oh, I need to make different tabs. This is easier if I do So let's put universal game right here. Exit out of this, cd into universal game example. I could then add this, or go to universal game. Get pull. That makes sense. Get did I already commit it? Yes. Get push. Password. Nah, come on. There you go. Get pull. cd ... Git add this. Oh. Not contain the constant. Git submodule C. Status. Git commit init. Git push. Oh, come on. That's the second time I did that. Nice video. Thank you very much. It is a solid 5 out of 10 video, in my opinion. And I say that is because it might just be the best video I manufactured within 2 days. But here's everything I learned from the video itself. Most of the problems is just not enough padding, not enough context, and not enough good pacing. Those are the 3 things that are the major faults of the video. At least a 6 out of 10 no matter what. Thank you for that. Although it's not getting that many impressions, it's gotten 4 views now, I believe. And that is from 20... It said 21 impressions. So it's a really high impression count, especially since browser features got 2 of those 4 impressions. Yeah. Yeah, I saw. I saw that you commented on the YouTube video. Oh yeah, I forgot. Doggo was also one of them. Although Doggo, I believe Doggo specifically was got his impression from the home feed. The home feed is specifically... What was I gonna say? Yeah, the home feed specifically is a thing that was one of the impressions. One of the 2, anyways. It is 50% home feed, 25% channel, so someone went to the channel and clicked the video, and then 25% notifications, which I assume is either Tar or Doggo, but I forgot which one. How do I make it? Yeah, I get you. Never... I'm blocking the message. I get you never on the home feed because at the same time, I check every half an hour if you're streaming. I check notifications because I know when you go live. Ah, okay, yeah. I get you. I get you. And Kinomir, does that mean you're the one, you're a part of the 25%? You're the one impression that viewed my theme on my channel instead of the home feed? Cat goes lives at 4 to 4:20. Say 4:30. Because sometimes I oversleep, and then afterwards my body was like, oh yeah, it's 4 o'clock. Time to stream. So I wake up at 4. I woke up at 4 on the dot today. And I was like, oh crap, my alarm didn't work because I set it at 2 a.m. instead of 2 p.m. Like an idiot. You opened the stream at 3:20? Wow, you're rarely early. Or was it, did you mean 4:20? In that case, ha 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 ha, funny. Funny weed. So, do we call this, we'll call this base.c. And then we'll make a base.header file. This is my first time working with C, by the way. And the reason why I'm working with C is because I saw the recent changes for C++ 26, and I'm just like a little bit baffled at the decisions. It's even though C++ is faster on compilation and like ever so slightly slower on runtime, Like, I'm talking ever so slightly slower. It's almost neck and neck between the speed of C and the speed of C++. Which, by the way, C is the absolute fastest language you could program in. Anyway, include base.h. I think I did that right. How do I work with this? Unidentified. Okay, we're off to a fresh start. I might be stupid. Include header file C. We're learning because we never used C before. We need a hashtag. That's the issue. Now, we don't need a main file because this itself is a library. You mean 320? Wow. That's impressive. Does it mean you need to write less, thus make it faster to write code? Or does it mean whenever you're running faster? So, when you compile C itself, when I figure out how to do that with scones. I'm eating my skin. So when you compile C itself, there's two different types of speeds. There's compilation speed, and then there's runtime speed. Compilation speed is the amount of time it takes to compile something from source code. Right here. You're eating your skin? Yes. Very lovesick cannibal in that way. Anyways, compilation time is what it takes between compiling your C, your header files, and anything else into an actual, shall we say, binary. Then there's the runtime speed. Runtime speed is how fast it goes through... Thanks, Kinomir. Runtime speed is how fast it goes through all of that code. So, C is the fastest with runtime speed. If you want to get faster, the next step would actually be assembly language, which is programming for the... What is this? Programming for the CPU itself, and only one specific type of CPU. I would program on AMD 64 because that's what I can compile for. I cannot test for anything else such as Intel or whatever the heck. I would want... Bah. Let me collect my thoughts. I would like to program for C specifically, so that way I could actually go for multiple different architectures. Because if you were to compile the C file itself, it would be able to compile for AMD 64, Intel's X32, or Intel's X64, and so on and so forth. Just a lot of different benefits for programming with C instead of programming with assembly. But it all typically... It depends on your use case. Now, the lower level the language is, typically, the longer it takes to program something. And C is one of the lowest level languages that you could possibly get. So it might take a longer time to even program this to begin with. People usually just stick with Godot Engine's GDScript because it doesn't take that long to program in the first place, right? Bagel. You want to see a C bagel? C program bagel. Bagel programming guide. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the C code that was shaped like a bagel that renders out a bagel. What is the bagel assembler? You want to make a bagel you could throw at you? I'm sorry, this is not Jitspo's stream. You cannot throw bagels at the screen. You can only make it rain cubes. So what it looks like is, in order to compile this, scones. We're going to read the entirety of scones. Yeah, I guess this is what we need to do. What do you mean, rate limited by upstream service? That sucks. Anyways, wiki. You want the bagel of doom? Wednesday stream? Yes. It is the unfortunate fact of life. Oh, wait, hold on. I was going to take a look at some... Yeah! So, here's an actual interesting piece of statistic. Well, if it actually... There you go. So, here's an actual interesting statistic. Why did I get... Whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is this. Typically, it takes a while for all of that estimated ad revenue to come in. Yesterday, I got an average view count of 6. 6 is a lot of people. 6 people watching you. If it were, like, actual people watching me, would be kind of concerning. But this is online, so no longer concerning. Take a look at how much it paid out for me, like, today. Or yesterday. It calculated that those specific ads were 70 cents. And that is more because if it's only tar here, and if it's only tar here, then that means that with only tar here watching the ads, I would only get 40 cents a day. Now, with someone yesterday coming in, not only did I get 70 cents, but at the same time, once it fully calculated anything, then it actually gave me an additional 50 cents today. So in total, yesterday, I got $1.20, which means an average stream, an average 6-hour stream with 6 minutes of ad time between, how shall we put it? Between, I'm blanking. But essentially, yesterday, with 2 more people, gained me an additional 80 cents, which means I could probably buy half of Horse Magnifier in just 1 day of streaming. Oh, I could actually afford another game. Also, what I learned is that the default payout for Twitch is $50. So once this hits $50, that's when I could just pay out. But technically, I'm going to count this as an accounts payable. See, Twitch has to pay that out at some point. And technically, Twitch does, as all of this revenue right here, you could immediately buy Twitch bits and Twitch subscribers with the amount of revenue that you gained. Also, it's calculated at the end of the month. So you get paid out at the end of every month. Just like YouTube does. I'm a whole person watching you, but that's evidence you get 2 cents every time I watch 3 minutes ads. 3 cents, actually. And I didn't... Oh, speaking of cents. And I didn't believe it. Honestly, I thought it was just 3 cents a day. But every person who watches my stream, the entirety of my stream, gives me 40 cents. So, that's just a little bit of statistics for you. I never knew that existed. Honestly, never knew that existed. Also, good job, Doggo, for watching 45 streak. Holy crap. What the heck? Oh, wait, hold on. That doesn't matter. Welcome to the Scones Project. Yes. Archives? Oh. Current documentation. I need to look at an HTML page. Oh. Is this a good man page? Not exactly. But this does list out everything. Every single argument. This is a very long man page. Oh my god. That is such a long man page. Wow. That's good. So we can make you a few bucks a day. Precisely. Like I said before, your ad revenue, like for just one person, pays for my electricity bill. And only my electricity bill. But if a couple other people keep watching constantly every day, then that means you could also pay for my water bill. And that is an accomplishment if you could pay for my water bill. Like, you could pay for all the utilities and only the utilities. That, or I just buy a game. I buy Euro Truck Simulator with my $5. Import OS. Right. Yeah. So we just go to sconstruct. Import to OS. By the way, sconstruct files are just Python, but you're able to compile non-Python stuff. Wait, how low is your electric bill? So I'm streaming constantly every day. My electric bill is around 30 to 50 bucks. So yeah. I do a lot of things just to keep that electricity bill low. I'm trying to get myself a solar panel so that way I could connect it to my battery, so that way I could connect it to my server, so that way afterwards I don't need to pay for my server's electricity bill. And maybe I'll also connect charging stuff to my battery itself. Who knows? This is the type of insanity I do. OS environments. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. This could be populated to execution environment. So you got paths? Environment equals this. os.environ. That's interesting. Also, why does this music sound like Christmas? Merry Christmas, fellas. Ignore the fact that it's not even Halloween yet. Okay, CC flags is the... with an average of 5 viewers, so that's cool. Correction, with an average of 4 viewers. 5 viewers is a little bit less. What did I say? I'm not sure what I just said, but I think I just spewed some nonsense. That's more, buddy. Yeah, I think I short-circuited. I was like, yeah, more viewers mean less. I'm just like, what? I caught myself on that. Favorite pizza topping? Ooh, that's a good question. Pepperoni. It's always gotta be the classic pepperoni, bro. Like, there is no better pizza topping than pepperoni, especially spicy pepperoni, where you could put a little bit of pepper on top before you put it into the oven, and that would create spicy pepperonis. You could propagate it, invoking complete external environment. Uh-huh. You know what? I'm just gonna build the entirety of the external environment. Let's also create a new file. Specifically, this one is going to be called dependencies.md. Dependencies. One of them is going to be libgl dev. And our flags, yes. So does that mean subs are worth less than? No. So it really depends on how you go about streaming. If you take a look at... I need to pull up the earnings report again. if you take a look at my statistics again, you can see here that the revenue split is currently 50-50. If I want the revenue split itself to be higher, then I will need to get this thing right here, sub points, to... Shush, doggo. I would need to get sub points right here up to 100. 100 sub points means it goes from a 50-50 split to a 60-40. Meaning at the end of the month, I could get 60% of the revenue generated right here. It could go higher though. If you are a partner, as well as getting that 100 sub points, partners get an additional 10% on top of that. So that means, I think that means ad revenue, you get a 65% split instead of the regular 55% split. And this, if you get 100 sub points, goes from 60% to 70%. You get to keep more of your money just so that way you can remain on the platform for longer. It's very interesting to see that Twitch is super creative, creator driven. And I love that about Twitch. Twitch is very good at listening to the creators itself. With subs, it would be, if every person is 40 cents per day, that would mean every person would generate $2.80 per week. And that means for the entirety of that, you would generate an estimate $10 a month. Per month. But that doesn't always pan out. Ad revenue does differ per day. So it's not exactly 40 cents, but it's approximately 40 cents since I stream for 6 hours every single day. You are worth slightly more than a tier 1 sub. Turbo viewers, even if you are subbed, you would still pay me ad revenue. So it's not... So it's, with Turbo viewers, they ignore the fact that you are subbed and still pay you out for any ad revenue you gain. And I think that's pretty cash money of them, to be honest. Let's clone this. Let's clone the path environment. I don't know why they did environ. That's very weird. Copy. Ooh. Let's put these together like this. There we go. I would like to read the man file itself. This. The environment variable, I need CC flags as well. Why does this exist? Whoa. What are we woeing about? Environmental equals this. I don't think I need a dictionary. What I do need is CC flags equals G? I'm not sure what G does. I know I need libs. Libs equals GL. I know libs itself is a keyword for -L. So it does -L and then specifies GL for the library itself. So if you go not here, if you go not here, if you go, I need to bring that up. This doesn't matter. This was an experiment. Here, LGL. If you specify the library GL, that's the same thing as in scons specifying this library right here. And I'm pretty sure I can show you that. Scons. Ta-da! Doesn't break. Me and Doug might actually do mod stuff. Yeah? We're getting a good chunk of views as at 6 for a bit. You would be impressed. Yesterday, I was keeping track of my views, and Twitch was also doing that, and was saying an average of 6 people came in yesterday. Which is why I got like 80 more cents yesterday. I thought it was 30 cents. But that was the instant calculation. The actual calculation was that I got... what would be? I got 80 more cents. So, like... It's paying. It's paying dividends. Very small dividends. It's like playing in the stock market. If the stock market wasn't rigged. Very funny. Doggo will be real mods and not just having the cool mod badge. Yeah. You have the sword, but you have to actually use the sword. OpenGL32 links to 64. That's good to know. Let's go into the example. The example repository, we need to... Oh! You're pretty terrible at swinging your sword? Do you like my sword, 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 my diamond sword, sword? Remember that song? Oh my god, that's an old song. I need to configure Kate real quick. I need to save this entire thing because for some reason it's not saving this project area, and I would like it to save the project area. Thank you very much. Restore open projects. Beautiful. And cross-project compilation. Or completion. Actually, don't. Owie! You cannot afford my diamond sword, sword. Even if you could, I have a patent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So it looks like here. Oh, interesting. OpenGL context. We need to go into the example. And within this example, we're going to probably copy and paste everything else. But more importantly, main.c. And more importantly, main.h. Ah, perfect. By the way, header files do not matter in the grand scheme of things. The only thing that it matters with is actually making it so that way you can understand the code a lot better. As C definitions are super convoluted, so people would use header files to explain what those definitions actually do. Let's close that out. So now we can switch between the two. And if I close all of these, it should remain. Yep. Perfect. Not location. I need to copy this. It's not. Okay, fine. Copy. Paste. Wait, let's not copy and paste this. We need to copy and paste this one. And we won't worry about the example for now. Yeah, we won't worry about the example for now. Actually, we should worry about the example. If we complete them at the same time, then... Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Let's worry about both of them at the same time.
You surrounded, at least from this side.
I've been surrounded. Well, at least from this side anyways. What sort of cake would you rather have? Chocolate, vanilla, lemon, or strawberry? Ooh, I like vanilla. I like birthday cake flavored, actually. Hee. What is this? PP file not found. Oh, I lost my PP. Why is it called a PP file? A what? So within this S construct file, No PowerPoints? Oh, that... Stick of truth. Yeah, I guess that's what it means. So many clip-worthy clips today? Yes. You could clip them if you like. How do we include other scans files? S sub? It's like S sub or C sub. C sub? S sub. What was it called? SC sub? Oh, SC sub. Perfect. That's the only one. How do I include SC sub though? SC sub. Man, that message disappeared. Don't know how to plus my friends are constantly wet. Amazing message. That's not what I want. Search for this one. What on earth? S-conscript. I thought I would just use SC sub. Would that work? So it imports the environment. I think I just imported, no, this is SC sub. And this is Godot engine, so yeah, I get that. That's S cons. You're washing dishes? Kinomiya is always washing dishes. S construct. With this construct file, we have to get conscript. S conscript. We have to get specifically the universal rhythm game S construct. I hope that works. Scans it. Let's find out. It looks like it worked. I mean, clearly it's... Clearly I own an air fryer. How many more days of being subbed do you have? That's a doggo question. And I might be able to actually see that. I just don't know where to look. We could close this out. And we could close this out. This doesn't matter since we have a command line right here. You could clear out all of these. Do you really have an air fryer? I do have an air fryer. I just don't use it. Yeah, color me shocked that you don't know how to use it. Oh, even Doggo doesn't know. Okay. Let's try figuring that out then. If I go over here, just bring this over here. Maybe if I click on Doggo's name, I'll be able to see. You see it maybe? Doesn't say anything. You have a lot of badges. What the heck? It doesn't specifically say anything. It just says sub for 1 month. Can you check your subscriptions tab, Doggo? That's what Tar said. That's sad, air fryer, yeah. Actually, I could probably take a look. Oh! Is this it? I don't think this is it. What if I go over here, go to earnings, and check when when you did the subscribble? Paid subs, August 18th. So let's do some math. So today's the 26th. 26 minus 18.
What?
8. So what is that, 23 days? 22. Wow. We did some math, and it turned out we were almost correct. I love doing math. That should work now. Environment is going to be this. Oh, with this import right here, we don't need this one. We need S conscript into this. Imports the environment variable. I think it's import env. Am I dumb? That should be it. Here, let's figure it out. Go to project, scones, skip scones. Well, clearly it didn't work. SC sub. What is the file? Oh, capital I import. Really? Really now? Not existent variable env. This is env. Weird. But that is exactly... Oh, scones hints? Okay. I think it's the scones hints. So, importing... I wonder if we could just do N. There you go. Maybe that'll work. I somehow lost $10. Never mind, I found it at BRB. Okay. I don't know how to import that previous environments variable, but maybe it's still here when you S conscript in. I just have no idea if it is still here. I want to figure out how to print the libraries. Wait. Print in. Can I do this? Nope. It doesn't function like Python. It just builds like Python. So I have no idea if it actually has the OpenGL libs to it. That's fine. That's cool. Let's create some OpenGL stuff. Gammy's OWL functionality is still deprecated. Debugging contexts. GL get string. If those are not available, you can use this instead. So I need to figure out if people are using OpenGL 2 or OpenGL 3, because it depends on their CPU whether or not they're using OpenGL 3 or 2. You can keep saying construct, and I keep thinking about that one from GM mod, GM construct. True. Kinomir, have you started your Pokemon journey? Oh, the renderer name! Yeah, sure, why not? How do I import? Oh wait, I think I know. Include... We need to include GL... Oh, whoa. GL... Main? Can I just include GL? Open GL header file. I must admit, I am stupid. So, GL extension interfaces is GL extension. GL core ARB is the core profile and whatever ARB is. So anything under GL, but you could also use GLES, which GLES stands for the specific OpenGL theme. Linux. I already linked against libgl. And it says I need to include the GL header. So GL dot H. Does this exist? No such file directory. That means I don't have it. Remember, it's using the Clang as the interpreter. I need Mesa? Wait, why do I need Mesa? I don't need Glut. I'm using OpenGL, not Glut. Are you insane? Oh, GL/GL? Okay. Ahem. There's your meows. GL/GL.H. I think that includes everything. Your mic peaked? It always peaks. It's always nearing red. But that's just how it is, because this microphone is powerful. Would you believe it that I used to have it, my microphone at a higher decibel? It was wild. This one is the rhythm game example. Yes. I'm going to include universal rhythm game base.h. And I guess it doesn't see it, so we just have to cd into universal and git pull. Never mind. We can go into here and get status. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Git add, git init, bean, git push. Now, with this, where did my Chromium go? It, like, disappeared. That's weird. No, the one lurker left. How am I meant to get... Guess you just gotta wait, Tar. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, push this to our repository. I did the wrong password. Oh, perfect. Simply just go to here. Now go and git pull cd out of it. And this should no longer scream at me. Yep. That'll work. What is the main function for C? Copy, paste. There's your main function. Is there a string args? Oh. Why? Oh, there is. Command line arguments is this one right here. argc, and then afterwards the entirety of the arguments. Hocus pocus, your Chromium is now gone. Yeah, man, I don't know where my Chromium went. My Chromium just up and left. But now my Chromium is up in here. My Chromium is up in here. Chromium is Chromium. Yeah. Let's see, S-construct.
Is it really true you eat rocks for breakfast?
Add, how do I add the source files with the environment variable? Environ, add source, S-construct. There you go. Aha, don't do that. Environment program. Weird. So, how do I add files then? Oh! There is a print function! Alright, have a good time, Kinomir. You're the best. Having this is so nice, no need to worry about ads. Bro. Is that why you have view on YouTube? How do I just want to know how to add source files. Add source files construct. Oh. So is this it? My build info, it goes this. This doesn't seem like... Maybe this is. Add source files. Anything.c. Scogs. Yeah, add source file does not exist. Hey, maybe I need to specify as construct. You have a sound on YouTube and watch on Twitch. Very smart, though. Chapter 1. Installing Python. Installing stop. Installing this. Installing it on any system. I don't think we need to do this. Program. Okay. Building object files. Object builder method. Tell Scones to build an object file from the source. How do I put it into a program then? Because it's specifically the program that is needed. Java? What on earth? Cleaning up after the builds. Is equivalent of a make file. That is, the sconstruct file is the input. I guess we'll just object it. This you? What? Did you even... That is terrifying. What? That is terrifying. It's just a baby turning to dust. The freaking thumbnail is just very scary. Get away from me, bro. Objects. Object anything.c. Source this not found. So I should build an object file then. Should probably make it so that way it ignores the object file. Anything.o. Should just remove it. This is not the right repository. Well, here's your object file. How do we, go from object file to base? Can I program the object file? Base.o. Nope. Can't do that. How do I fix this then? Calling program hello. Calling program goodbye. Finish calling the programs. Okay. So, sconce has a no logo function. Less simple things to do with builds. Wild. Compiling multiple source programs. That's what we want. So, oh, you just put it into an array. Oh, you put program into an array. So, program, you could put this, and this would be, me want to get better, got a better fit, give me 2 minutes. You want to, you can put files. I think it would be great if Twitch does not let people put in files like, holy shit. Make it a list of files to glob. That's what we need. Program. We're gonna call the program rhythm program. Well, specifying single files versus a list of files. Huh. Making a list of files easier to read. Okay. Keyword arguments. Sources. Source files. Oh, okay. This is going to be the only time you use Discord? Oh, fun. So, source equals how shall what did you send me? With that. Oh. Fun. That's so awesome. Sorry, I enjoyed that. Yeah. Cool. Program. Gonna do program. Or hold on. Source equals source. And then target equals program. Name program is not defined. Capital P program. Undefined reference to main. I have to have a main file for program. How about object? Does this work? Yep. I'm gonna delete this. Okay, that does compile out. It's the only meme you have your phone or even have saved. Was a gift someone kept using for you, so you saved it. Interesting. Compiling multiple programs. Sharing files between programs. Building and linking libraries. I think I need a... I don't think I need to build any libraries. So far, so good. If I were to build more libraries with this project in particular, I would need to wait, so that way it's, like, bigger. But I don't need to worry about it for now. Well, we need a test now. Here, status. Actually, I think we need to link the libraries. How do we make a library? So we got the object files. Construct library. Building libraries. Compiles everything else to object files. And then makes a library. Static library? I don't think that matters. Let's call this library. And then afterwards, this here. Gonna call this universal rhythm game. Wonder if that works. Hey, library! It's 1 kilobyte. 1 kilobyte? Holy crap, that's actually lightweight. For reference, there's an idle game on Steam that's 2 megabytes. That's what we're shooting for. So now we actually have the rhythm game. Scones clean. Clean. Let's go to get ignore.a. Generated files. This one will be scones. Just like that. Get add this, get commit construct. You have a picture of gay Hitler and Stalin getting married. You got the picture from a history textbook. I think I've seen that same exact Yowie on r34.xxx. Whatever, I'd seen a lot of old man Yowie, it doesn't matter. Put here, cd into this, get full. I don't know, man, I'm just gonna lurk right now. Fair play from Doggo. How do I program the file? How do we make a program from a library? Linking libraries. Libs is this. Oh. And environment dot reappend? What's wrong? Come on, it's only school from a world history textbook. I really want to know the context behind that world history textbook now. Let's sconce this and see what happens. No module name environment. How do I import variables then? You know what? I don't think it matters. Wait, does this matter? You made a whole story for gay Hitler and Stalin. Fuck? What? So we have this. Now we have this as an environmental variable. Can we export the environmental variable? Sconce import an environmental variable. I would like to sharing environments. Here we go. Export environment. Export environment. So we could grab sconscript and then the environmental variable. Oh, that's easy. Sconscript. Now we just grab our environmental variable and compile. I found an image of it saying it would something for less than 2 gigabytes. Wild. Now we'll link the program. Gonna call this program Oh, I think I did this backwards. Yes, I did. I need pens. This right here. GL and Universal Rhythm Game. That should work. I'm not exactly sure if it works. Export of non-existent variable file var. Get status. This. This. Push. Now I'll go over here. Get the module updates. Is there a theme? It's not init. It's a module sync. CD this. Get full. Back out. Then we'll just see what happens when we sconce it. You played most days with this type of Wi-Fi. Use the Wi-Fi of 0 bars. Whoa. Export of non-existent variable environment. Export environment. Am I stupid? It should have worked. We are exporting capital E export environment. So it should work that over here. How do we import it? Got it right there. I should have imported. That should have imported. What? You can't do that. It's my ish construct. What the heck? What's a variable has been exported from calling an SConscript file? It may be used with other SConscript files by using the import function. That's where this comes in handy, huh? That's my variable, though. High speed of this cord is 5. You higher than 5k, but that means you disconnected. Oh, fun. Very fun. You have the most wildest Wi-Fi ever. So why isn't this working? Import of a non-existent variable. It's because this is not called SConscript. Is that the only reason? I swear to God if that's the only reason. SConscript. That shouldn't be the reason. But if it is, oh my god. Load. Then afterwards, we renamed it. I'm not sure if that will work. No, it's pretty solid now. It's stable enough to get 50 megabytes, which is good, right? I don't need to set my computer to only use 50 megabytes to crash itself trying to download something. Don't know why there's a question mark. Oh, you just put in the question mark? On accident, probably? Probably on accident. It's okay. Accidents happen. We all make mistakes in the heat of passion, Jimbo. So confused. Why isn't this working? Export of non-existent fileable environment. Even though in this one, my SConscript file, it's right there. It exports it. It exports it right there. It exports my environmental variable. What? I exported my variable. Why isn't it working? Do I need to do single quotes? Well, as an exports keyword. But it understands it. As it should. Swear to God if it wants single quotes. Swear to God if I want single quotes. No, nothing. Okay. Read the file then. Maybe it'll import it. Oh. Builder append not found. Appending to an environmental You press function question mark on your keyboard to put down a question mark. Environments. Right, because you have like one of those small ones, right? Uh, 70% keyboard, yeah. Fair. Oh, of course, append with a capital A. So you can't have nice things. What the fuck? Oh. Well, it didn't do anything because the file is nil. So... source testing not found. Well, what if... so we have the libraries. So source equals glob everything.c. Cannot find LGL, no such file or directory. Now you found that one. You found an image of your unhealthy 20-hour-a-day screen time? Wow. Impressive. What happens if I do this? You find it now? Nope. How do we get that library? Linking libraries. Lib path. We need to put in a lib path. So universal, this one. Hot damn! You only get 4 as a SIP every day? Yeah, that's probably what he means by that. That's the most crazy stuff. Sadly, all my crazy game lag was on my Xbox, and I forgot to transfer, so it all was deleted. No, it passed out on the floor. Huh. Fascinating. Why do I have 2 of these open? What the hell? What the hell? So, I believe this works now. That sucks. I'm gonna put dependencies over here. Dependencies. Dependencies. Libgl.
What?
Yeah. You think this works now? So we got both of these sconce files. We got one of them that just simply goes to main. Or at least a quote-unquote base file for the Universal Rhythm game. What the Universal Rhythm game does is that it compiles everything within this environmental variable, exports that environmental variable, does everything with it, makes a library. Should like put everything at the end. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Makes an environmental variable, exports it, puts in the source files, makes that source file into a library, and then ends. But that's not the end of it, because this is an sconscript file, not an sconstruct file. We should make a dependency for the other one. Hold on. Un momento. It's gone. There we go. Momento und. So we could close that out. Go to sconstruct here, because this one grabs that file, imports the environmental variable, then on top of that, it appends. It should append a little bit more. What the fuck? It appends both of these. It didn't work. What the hell is that? Okay, now it works. It grabs both the library itself, OpenGL's library to be exact, and the Universal Rhythm Game library. Compiles both of those together so that way it's able to compile main itself. I wonder if I could just do this then. Like, if I have the library itself, couldn't I just do Universal Rhythm Game base.h? Is that possible? No. It's not possible. That's fine. Wait, hold on. Would that glob everything together then? It looks like it just builds the library, but it doesn't do anything else. So, lucky me, it includes the base file, but it doesn't compile anything C related within the sconce itself. So, booyah! That's how we win. So, once it actually gets those files, grabs the library, which the library is, to my knowledge, only the definitions. It doesn't exactly include the header files, but there's a separate function for header files. We won't worry about that though, because this ain't Godot engine. We glob in our regular files, and then put all of those libraries and all of those files into one compilation, call it testing. Then it outputs. I'm going to call this file OpenGL example.x86 underscore 64. That is a rock and stone moment indeed. You found a video where you woke up in the middle of the night to a devil screeching outside my window. It happened a few times, recording was screeching once. Cat, how would you feel if you heard screeching from outside your window? As the video I sound so calm, like it happened way more often than you remember. What type of screeching are we talking about? You said devil screeching? Like, would that be specifically a cat screeching or something? Oh, stop. Status. Get, restore. Stage. Let's see. Or. What? Oh, got not found, not get. We don't need to worry about that. So we could close this now. Like one of those Phasmophobia, like ghosts came to life and was screeching at me from outside my window. Oh. I would not know, to be honest. It sounded unhuman. I would be terrified. I don't know what else I would say. I wouldn't know what to do. So once we have all the libraries and stuff, I don't think it's attaching anything else. Yeah, it's not attaching anything else. Lucky me. You went back to sleep with the screeching still going? Oh. Sounds impressive. I probably wouldn't be able to sleep that night. There we go. Status. Knit theme. Alright, I think that's good to go on scones. I would share, but I also show my messy room. Fair enough. I don't want to show my messy room either. Let's see. Oh. This is interesting. No, it's not interesting. Let me grab these two. And this is a subset, so we'll put this on top. There you go. Stuff. You can turn it into an MP3. Let me do that instead. Ah, an FFmpeg. Have fun. Alright. That's our start. We, for the most part, did only scones related stuff. Core version 4.6. Wow. Can I get this? GL gets... Oh, what is all this? Is this a GL? GL gets... There we go. These are like different functions. Enter thingy. We need to... Let's just throw this to the right side. GL major version. Then guess that'll work. Unexpected thing for Broski, really? What are you expecting? Get enter V. I don't think the printf works that way. Oh, we could try two-stringing it. I don't think that's how that works. Yeah, that's not how that works. Hold on. If we could do this instead. This is greater than or equal to 3. Then we'll print out good to go, else print nope. Then we're gonna return that. Should return a value? How about break then? Does that work? Nope. We'll return value 1 then. It's because of the star. Why isn't this working? What are you expecting? Expected expression. What is it? What? Get enter v. What are you expecting in this expression? GL get. GL get. Oh, int. What? Enter. Oh my god. GL may. No, nothing. Do I need to import GL ext? There. No? What about this? GL. Oh. GL int parameters, aka int star. What? Why does it only accept 0? Why should it accept star? Do I need to do argc? Does that work? It looks like it wants a pointer. This looks like what it wants. Would you like to hear it? I am on stream right now, so I won't be able to play it. You can send it, though. What the heck? Oops. Why isn't this working? It just fails to work. We're already at a rough start if we can't even get the version. Oh. It's only supported on GL context of version 3.0 and above. Okay. So we actually do put in 0. Hey, what happens if I print F this now? Does it work or does it not? Passing void a parameter of incompatible type constant char. GL assert. I guess that's a function. Provided by this. Argument type void is incomplete. That's fine. Let's see. 0. GL int major equals 0. Pass in a reference to major. Does this work? Okay, now it's broken in two ways. Do not support implicit function declarations. What? You should be a Ghostbuster. You should. Maybe it'll suit you. What's the type definition? What am I doing wrong? So get G... Oh. GLEW in it? Uh-huh. GL enum. C99 and later do not support implicit function declarations. Is this a warning or an error? Oh, what? So... What? I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. This looks fine to me. This looks fine. This looks totally fine. That looks entirely fine, and it's not working? Like GLEW in it, that's supposed to do something, but at the same time it says, does it support fine? What happens if I put in this? It's an error. What? Implicit declaration of function. What? What? You need to declare your function before main like this, either directly or in a header. No fucking way. Really? Same errors. How do I say I'm using this GL stuff? Int. Huh. This is weird. If and def main h find main h and nothing, because why not? Before we just end if. Just implicit declaration, even though I have a library for the thing. Do I call GL? Do I have a using function? How to use a... Okay, I might be stupid. OpenGL example. Hey. Source code. As the includes has an enum that's weird, isn't it? I've directly included these files. For some unearthly reason, it's an implicit declaration, even though it should be in here. Is it in glut? What doesn't exist? So it must be GL. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make sense. That's fine. Do I have to throw a define? I think I might need to throw a define. Oh my god, this is, I think this is why I stopped using C before. Duplicate. Oh my god, it's a duplicate. Fuck you. This is why your website sucks. That's why your website's dying. I don't care. You're a loser. I did include the header file. It's there. Here's your header file. Are you stupid? What? It should work. It runs... Is it not including the libraries? It's just not compiling. Is it the sconstruct file? Is there a different library path folder? What happens if we just remove this? Don't worry about this. Nope. I don't understand what the issue is. I have included both of the themes. It doesn't want to work. This is such a weird bug. Use the intro. What happens if I copy this as well? Doesn't even load the Chronos Groups thing. Why would it load Chronos Groups' wiki? It's stupid. It's real dumb that it doesn't even load Chronos' wiki. So I have to go to Stack Overflow, I guess. What happens if I just... Yeah, that makes sense. So you were to include, not that, the library like this. The library is not going to magically jump into your program. Did you include it? Fuck you. Yeah, you sound like an asshole. Specify in the linker settings to link with the static GLEW library. Yes. As a part of libs, it links both GL and this together. I know it does because that's what it does. Nothing more to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't even work in the first place. You're not helpful. Go away. What? Oh wow, will this work? And make it use your this. Probably all the say directives, including and lib names are correct. Huh. Is there a separate lib option then to make it work in the first place? It's not even static, but it does include the library So what does that mean? Then you link this into your project, and this is a working solution, even if it's somewhat ugly. What? So I need to grab the entirety of OpenGL, not as a Debian thing, but as a sub project. Is that the issue? Is the issue is that it somehow isn't going into my system to grab the OpenGL thing itself, and that it's just... What happens if I try finding that file? Hang on. What happens if I try finding that file? That is MIGW, so that's fine. Don't need to worry about that. That is something else. That's fine. Don't need to worry about that. What about this? If def C++, extern C, and if... It has the GL enum. What? Is there any other includes on here that I'm just missing? It doesn't have specifically the one function in here. So you said you were fine, but at the same time you weren't fine. I think this is why I prefer C++. Whatever. Let's just go ahead and find this. In file contents, whatever. While it's doing that, I will be right back. Gonna get some combination Pizza Hut Taco Bell water. I'm sure it'll taste great. I should have searched a better file. It's still searching up right now. Specifically, everywhere. So maybe go into user lib. Let's open GL in here. If there is a lib for it, it'd probably be under GL. G. Huh. Alright, let's try searching it up here. It might be in here. I don't know. Fuck is this image? Gun! It's great, Spampton. Don't think I'll find it in this one. No, where's the libgl dev? Libgl dev. Debian. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong area. Some may say user include. Oops. User include. Wherever include is, there it is. Go. Finds GLEW in it. And if you can't find it, then that is the problem. That is the problem. Oh, shit. What is GLEW then? OpenGL Extension Wrangler Library. Extension Wrangler. Okay. OpenGL Extension Wrangler. Debian. Lib GLEW dev. Requires this. Actually, it also requires Mesa, but I don't think that matters. Sudo apt install lib GLEW dev. I went insane trying to get this to work, only for it to not work because I'm an idiot. Alright, let's go to sconstruct, include this as a library. What was it? GLEW. Let's scons it, see if it finds it. It does! Good, good. Now we just include GLEW. Or... well, I downloaded the dev files. Where would this be? Linux GNU GLXEW. So... GL/GLX EW. Oh, it still doesn't work. What? Hang on. X, 86, 64, Linux GNU, GLEW. What the fuck? GLXCW, I guess. It does not work still. Occupied here? Do I need to include this before? There you go. What? Okay, I guess that works. Where is GL asserts then? Huh? Wait, hold on, where's this? It's a part of GLH. So it should be in this file, right here. So let's see if it is. Swear to God if it isn't. It's a part of glue. It's a part of glue as well. What? Argument type is incomplete. Expected expression. So GL int. What was it called? For this one, you need specifically. Hold on. A GL int major equals 0. Grab this, put in our major of GL int. It's still incomplete. Well, we got our major version. Argument type incomplete. What? What do you mean argument type incomplete? Is Klein just terrible? P name, aka an unsigned int. And this is apparently... Oh, that's an int. Unsigned int. Ver equals this. There you go. There's an unsigned int now. An int reference. Oh my god! It works now! Yay! Prince. Major. STD. Stream. Oops. Then afterwards, how does this thing work? Whatever, man. Seems like I finally made it work. Okay. Once you're comfortable with OpenGL, then you could do this manually. Sure. That's a lot of variables. The window itself, you make sure that this is set for its style. Okay, what is that acronym for? I do not know. That's fine. Number of bits in the stencil and the depth in the frame buffer. The ones we need to be concerned about is this. Okay. Ta-da! We're just making our own structure with this, I believe. I just don't know where this struct is. So let's go find that struct. Hello, Chronos thing does not work. OpenGL. Look, the Chronos forms just does not work. I do not know why they don't work. They just don't. It should be a part of OpenGL. But it also looks like that you don't need to manually do this in OpenGL. You try doing this in Rust or even SDL. Okay, maybe this wiki is not the best. This is for people who are in-depth. Knowledge. Using OpenGL. Learn OpenGL! Wow, there's a website dedicated to it. I just started learning OpenGL and I want to cry? Oh, that's a bad sign. Huh. That's some good caffeine. So before we start our journey, we should know OpenGL is actually considered an application programming interface that provides us with a large set of functions so we can use to manipulate graphics and images. It's a specification that developed and maintained by Chronos Group, who can't even maintain their own form, by the way. The OpenGL specification is a result or outputs for each function, should be how it's performed. Okay. People developing an actual OpenGL libraries are usually the graphics card manufacturers. Okay. Hobbyists adaptations of these libraries. Huh. Okay. Windows Public hosts everything. We are using version 3.3. I think we're on 4.6 now. Want to delve into OpenGL, do this stuff. In the old days, using an immediate, often referred to as the fixed function pipeline. What is the fixed function pipeline? It's a term primarily used to describe 3D graphics APIs and GPUs designs prior to the advent of programmable shaders. This term is used to describe APIs and graphics pipelines that do not allow users to change its underlying processing techniques, hence the word fixed. Fixed function can also refer to graphics processing techniques that employ non-programmable, dedicated hardware, like the use of ROPs to rasterize an image. Ah, so you can't change anything. Good thing OpenGL version 2 uses shaders. When OpenGL's core profile... Hang on. Developers especially got hungry for more flexibility, and over time specification being more flexible as a result. Gain control of its graphics. The immediate mode is real easy to use and understand, but it's also extremely inefficient. For that reason, the specification started to deprecate immediate mode functionality from version 3.2 onwards and started moving developers to the core profiler mode, which is a division of OpenGL's specification that removed all old deprecated functionality. When using this mode, OpenGL forces us to use modern practices. Whenever we try using one of OpenGL's deprecated functions, OpenGL raises an error and stops drawing. Okay. The advantage of learning the modern approach is that it's very flexible and efficient. However, it's also more difficult to learn. Hey kitties, is this a good sign? This doesn't seem like a good sign at all. That I keep getting told at every corner of the internet, including the tutorial, that it's very difficult to learn this sort of thing. The immediate mode abstracted quite a lot of the actual operations OpenGL performed, and while it was easy to learn, it was hard to grasp how OpenGL actually operates. The modern approach requires the operator to truly understand OpenGL and graphics programming. Fuck. At least this will look great on my resume. Like, the guy picks up my resume, sees that I do fucking nothing in Node.js, and is like, shit, I guess you know what you do. You're hired. That's why I hope, anyways. If that's not what they say, I will break down. I'll cry. I'll cry in front of them. I'll legitimately burst into tears. They can't stop me. I'll burst into tears. I'm gonna remove some stuff from this. Alright. Although it's more difficult, it is greatly worth the effort. I'm sorry, did Gabe Newell write this? Higher versions are available to choose at the time of writing 4.6. Why do I want to learn 3.3 when 4.6 is out? While future editions this extra useful features to OpenGL without changing the core mechanics, newer versions just introduce slightly more efficient ways, more useful ways, to accomplish the same tasks. The result is that all concepts and techniques remain the same over modern GL versions, so it's perfectly valid to learn OpenGL 3.3. When you're ready or more advanced, you can use specific functionality for more recent OpenGL versions. When I grow up, only modern this is why Godot Engine had a little bit of themes, because Godot Engine, I believe, uses version 3.0 for their OpenGL. It could target a lot of older hardware, which is why it's able to still run on, like, my server computer, even though I'm pretty sure its CPU is from 2008. At least that's when its graphics card was made. See, it can't support anything Vulkan related. But what it can do, even though it said, what was it? That I'm learning this right now. Comes up with a new technique or a large optimization runs on supports such as an extension. The developer can use the functionality provided by the extension for more advanced or efficient graphics. This way, a graphics developer can still use those new rendering techniques without having to wait for OpenGL to include the functionality in its future versions, simply by checking if the extension is supported by the graphics card. When an extension is popular or very useful, it eventually becomes part of future OpenGL versions. The developer has to query whether any of these extensions are available to use before an OpenGL is available. I'm assuming this is pseudocode. GLARB extension name is very interesting. Hang on, let's see. GLARB extension. Yeah, that's pseudocode. I'm assuming there's a way you could get that. We rarely need techniques, but whenever it is necessary, proper instructions are provided. State machines. Oh, we've seen state machines before. As an OpenGL context. Doesn't change its state by setting some options, manipulating some buffers, the renderer, using the current context. Oh, that's cool. Whenever we tell OpenGL we want to draw lines instead of triangles, for example, we change the state of this by changing some context variable that sets how OpenGL should draw. As soon as we change the context, telling it we should draw lines, next draw commands will now draw lines instead of triangles. The OpenGL libraries are written in C, but at its core, it remains a C library. Since many of C's language constructs do not translate well to other high languages, an object in OpenGL is a collection of options that represents a subset of OpenGL's state. For example, we could have an object that represents the settings of the draw window. We could then set its size, how many colors it supports, and so on. One way to visualize this is a C-like struct. Whenever we want to use the object, it generally looks like something like this. OpenGL, context, object name, object window target, create the object, find an object. Okay. You now learned a bit about OpenGL. Don't worry if you didn't grasp all of it. Throughout the book, we'll walk you through each step and we'll see how examples really get a good grasp of OpenGL. Oh, wow. What the fuck? This comment has been deleted. Oh. Oh. It's just... Still coding? Show us some projects. Have a nice day. Some great spam. I love this. So, creating a window. Let's use GLFW because I don't like this Wrangler. I'm gonna be real honest with you, I do not like this Wrangler. That's fine. We could just change that in scones. Undefined. Okay, that's fine. Bye-bye. E. E. I'm a big fan of E. Which is why we ignored them. W. U. It's called GLFW3. Each file directory as GLFW3. Okay, that's fine. Maybe it's just GLFW. It is just GLFW. Perfect. Yeah, you could just use OpenGL, that's fine. To be obtained from the website's package, and they already have this. We'll compile it from the source code. Not every library will have pre-compiled binaries available, so let's download the source package. I do not care. Are you just going to run me through CMake? You realize I don't like CMake, right? Yeah, I don't like CMake. Also, you're using a Visual Studio Code? Terrible. It's already linked. Okay. Let's include it. Include GLFW. GLFW3. There's a native version? Why? Glad. Because OpenGL is only a standard specification. Software driver manufacturer to implement a specification to the driver specific. Since there are many versions, the most of the functions need to be at runtime. In Windows, it looks something like this. Thankfully, there's libraries like Glad. Oh, I'm pretty sure I could just sudo apt install Glad in. You're gonna flop over on your bed so you'll only be lurking for real this time? Okay. Have fun, Tar. Big fan of bed. Sudo apt install Glad. Glad. That's not it. libglad? Libglad. Glad library. Sweet. Is it this one? Who the fuck is David? Wait, I recognize David. Is this a guy? I recognize David. Huh. This might not be the David I was looking for. I was thinking of. Yeah. It's not the David I was looking for. Check out the warp service for Glad 2 to generate the files you need. There's a Fortran plugin for Glad. Interesting. It looks like GLFW has Glad itself. I think we can compile Glad, though. Loader generated based on official specifications from multiple languages. There's also a GLAD 2 version that won't compile here. Make sure the language is set as C++ and API version select the OpenGL version to at least 3.3. No. D. OpenGL API version at least 3.3. Extension. I'm sure it'd be fine. Can I generate a loader? Actually, I need to generate version 1. Ah, okay. Copy both files into your include directory and add the glad.c file to your project. Glad.c. All of it seems to be Python related. Whatever. Is there a glad.c in here? Oh, glad.c. Interesting. I love me my glad.c. Listen, download the entire zip file. Perfect. Go ahead and go to downloads, extract our glad. Cut. Universal game example, paste. So we'll just include. Whoa, I did what? What? Stop. Delete. Now we just include glad. .h. Does not seem like it wants to be there. Which means we might have did something wrong. Glad include glad.h. How do we specify includes? The includes must be different, right? So couldn't we just go to our own Git repository to find out how to do that? Like this one. In our scones file. Yeah. Where is it? CC path? Is it CC path? Might be CC path. So we just go to CC path then. Wild. How do we... Oh. We just go into our sources. Okay. Gotcha. Let's go with... Put that in then. Easy path. Wolves. Where would this be? Glad slash glued. That'll be one of them. Put the brackets around. And that should work. Oh, that's the wrong button. That's also wrong. That's fine. Should have included as a library, though. Like our CC path goes directly into glad include, which means it should be glad H. Must be something else then. I'm gonna press enter because I can. Is it C path or CC path? Path. C++ flags. Nope. That's not it. It's Fortran. That's not what we need. Still not what we need. Oh. Nope. There's a path file. What? Generates automatically from C++ path. So if that's a part of the path file, include equals directory. Okay then. So if there's no CC path, then we'll just do this then. Lob. Glad SRC. Glad.c. Perfect. Then we just go over to our main file. Do this. Glad slash include. Or not this one. Glad include. Glad. Why is this erroring? OpenGL header file already included. Remove this. Glad already provides it. So move this. So I need to remove this as well. Should be fine. Oh. Need a comma. Did forget a comma. What on earth? The source file is not working. Because it's not including it correctly. What if I modify the source file then? So C, glad. Let's go ahead and include glad. Oh, whoops. An extra S on accident. It happens to the best of us. Well, that seems to work. I'm so good at this stuff, man. Okay. So, did it create a window? Or do I need to go to another source? Next chapter will discuss actually using these to compare the context and spawn a window. So we have these. Include GLFW. Looks like this one. But we need it in this. Perfect. Or we instantiate the window. Alright, let's do this. GLFW init. Alright, GLFW init. GLFW window hint. GLFW context version major 3. Alright, hasn't broken yet. We need a minor version now. Hey, look, we have a minor version. That's good. That's real good. That's awesome. Oh, we also need our core profile. Establish the hints that we're using core instead of anything else. That's good. I'm gonna run this. I wonder what happens if I run it. It's so fast. It runs everything so fast. That's how long it usually takes to run an application, by the way. Get status. KHR. I wonder what that is. Now what? We do GLFW init, which calling the Windows hits tells us we want to use a specific version of OpenGL. List of all possible options and corresponding values can be found in GLFW's window handling documentation. No, we linked it properly. It ensures when a user does not have a proper OpenGL version, it fails to run. Explicitly using a core profile. Using macOS, you need to run it forward compatibility. Cool. So, this one would be establish the context of the GL. Then now we're going to create a window. GLFW window, which is a pointer. Create window 800, 600. Window name. Down, I'll call it example. What do these last two do? Why are they null? specify the monitor and specify a share? Okay. I know what a monitor is, but I don't know what a share is. I don't think it... Does it matter? I don't think it matters too much, luckily. If... window... Oh. I don't think it matters. glfw make context current window. Nice. Works like a charm. Gonna ignore the last two parameters. The function returns a window that you later use for other things. Glad manages function pointers, so we don't initialize glad before we call any other function. So, glad load GL loader. Load glad. Okay. Seems like it hasn't broken yet. Viewports. Before we get started rendering, we have to do one last thing. We need to tell it the size of the window. Or the rendering window itself, so we can display the data with respect to the window. Okay? Why can't I load glad first? It's a little bit weird that I have to create the window first. Viewports 0, 0, 800, 600. Yeah, works like a charm. Segmentation fault? What? Am I stupid? Scones? Oh! If you load the loader before making the window, it gives you a segmentation fault. Side of the... Why does it segmentation faults? You know, that's really interesting that it's segmentation faults. In the first two parameters, GL viewport sets the lower left corner of the window. Alright. Let's see. Actually set the viewport dimension smaller than it. Salt should be displayed in a smaller window, which could, for example, display other elements outside of the viewports. Okay. However, the moment a user resets the window, it should be adjusted. The viewport should be adjusted as well. To register a callback function in the window that gets called each time a window is resized. The resize function has the following prototype. Okay. Void frame buffer size callback glfw window split its height, and of course we just set it GL viewports This is the definition, so what we're doing right now is creating our definition of stuff. Go. Why do we need our window? There's really no reason for the window. But I guess it's there for purposes. Oh yeah, it's there for purposes. Then GLFW sets frame buffer size callback window frame buffer size callback. But it's just the function. Everything else should be filled in relatively easily. Turn successfully. Yeah. Now that we return successfully, it's gone. Okay. We don't want the application to draw a single image that immediately quit close the window. We want the application to keep drawing images and handling user input until the program has been explicitly told to stop. Okay. Now we could actually get to the window itself. While not GLFW window should close window GLFW swap. Oh, swap buffers. We have buffers? How many buffers do we have? GLFW pull events. Pulling events will specifically be about our like mouse clicks and keyboards and stuff. Okay, cool. Let's run it. I got a window. Ha 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 ha. This is a nice window. It's a nice window. That was a lot easier in SDL, but I'm not sure how easy it will get. Oh, okay. GLW terminate. So I guess I just have that in memory now. Input. Set window should close. Nah. I want to do something different. Include stdio. Going to do a void process inputs GLFW window pointer of window. Now with this pointer, grab this. If GLFW get key window GLFW key escape GLFW press GLFW no print F Alright, let's see it. Oh, we need to run it like this with console open. We're not pulling the events. That's the reason. Process inputs. You put our window in here. Scones. Okay, it prints everything afterwards. That's very funny. Inputs. All our events and swap our buffers. Get some space in between each other. Let's do this. Except for I want this to be 0. Nothing. I want this to be absolutely nothing. Alright, cool. And clear the screen at the start of our frame. I guess we have to test it out, huh? Oops. Scones. That is definitely a color. Should be where we pass the bits to specify which buffer we would like to clear. Possible bits we can get are the color bit, the depth bit, and the stencil bit. Now we only want to care about the color values, so we only clear the color buffer. Okay. I guess it works. As a main recall from the OpenGL chapter, the color is a state setting function and clear is a state using function. Okay. Force let's go to application found here. If you're using GCC, then use M Windows. What is this? Silkson is released. Unity docs? It is not Unity. This is OpenGL. But it makes sense why it might look like Unity, since, I don't know, documentation applications are shared between them. Between each other, I guess. Anyways, welcome, Mikai. Welcome to the stream. We are currently learning OpenGL. To do what? So that way I can make a universal rhythm game to work on any game engine you import it to, or at least bind it to. Glad you could come in, by the way. It's just this fucking Silk song. How does someone render a response? You compile and test the executable using the previously mentioned flag. What? Insane. Are we just talking about Silk Song? Man, it's wild seeing this tutorial actually still not only be updated, but still receive this has almost 1,000 comments from across several years. Hello, triangle. I guess that's what we'll be using. I won't be mad if you don't. Very sorry about that, learnopengl.com. In OpenGL, everything is in 3D space, but the screen and window is a 2D array of pixels, so a large part of OpenGL's work is about transforming all those 3D coordinates into 2D pixels that fit on your screen. Have you thought about learning Vulkan? Okay. Here's the thing. I know what Vulkan is, and I know why developers use it. Essentially, with OpenGL itself, there's a lot of hacks and workarounds to getting the GPUs, even modern-day GPUs, to work with that framework. So, what Chronos Group did was basically made Vulkan, so it's a lot easier to handle GPU-related tasks as well as CPU-related tasks. Unfortunately, according to everyone I've talked to, Vulkan is so much harder to learn because it assumes that you are in at least a little bit proficient in graphics programming. I am not proficient in graphics programming, and I think I touched Vulkan once before realizing that, yeah, everything the people said is true, and then immediately leaving it in favor of just not bothering with a rendering engine at all. So what I'm doing right now is learning OpenGL. OpenGL was made at a time where graphics rendering, this one, specifically OpenGL, was made during a time where there's not really that many graphics programmers in the first place, so they tried their best to simplify everything, and as the version number increased, it gets more and more complex. Luckily for me, it's backwards compatible, so if you were to use OpenGL 2.0, for example, then if you were to have version 4.6, it would still work. So my idea is this. I want to learn OpenGL so that way I could have a insanely fast rendering engine, and so that way I don't, like, shall we say, don't know what I'm doing, only working with game engines. Because if I were to only work in game engines, I probably wouldn't be hired anywhere else. So let's just skip to the finer details, make a library that I could bind to anywhere, including other game engines. So I could grab the files from this project, put it into Unreal, put it into Unity, put it into Godot engine itself, and at the same time, work with the OpenGL, so that way I have at least some experience with graphics rendering. Because apparently, there is still a need for graphics renderers. Like, I searched up local computer science jobs, and apparently there's 2 of them that was like, we need you to be proficient in computer graphics. I'm surprised people even still need computer graphics people. But I digress. I'll learn Vulkan probably later. Right now we're learning OpenGL. Ah! An eyelash got stuck in the eye. Ugh! An eyelash is stuck in the eye. There we go. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, of course. I mean, you're watching me right now. Sometimes it doesn't make sense why I'm doing other things. So I'm going down a tutorial on how to use OpenGL at the moment. And it says here, rendering a triangle. Render a triangle. You could render a square. And if I could render a square, then I could render anything. The graphics pipeline divided into 2 parts. The first part transforms the 3D coordinates into 2D coordinates. I don't think I'll need 3D coordinates. I've learned that I like doing 2D stuff more than 3D stuff. But if I happen to need to do 3D stuff, then... yeah. I'll just use Godot Engine for 3D stuff, it's fine. Create fancy pixels. Takes a set of 3D coordinates. We already explained this 3 times. Output of the previous step as an input. Huh. All of those steps are highly specialized, they have one specific function, and can easily be executed in parallel. Because of the parallel nature, graphics cards they have thousands of small processing cores to quickly process your data within the graphics pipeline. Ah! There's a lot of P's! The processing cores run small programs on the GPU for each step of the pipeline. This is the most I've ever seen the letter P be used. These small programs are called shaders. Oh! Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Like, this is why people would usually use shaders nowadays, rather than just manually editing the pixels. Because it's just faster. And according to this document, thousands of times faster, depending on which graphics card you have. Shaders are written in the OpenGL shading language. I've seen GLSL. I've seen that. That was files that is actually within, what was it? Oh, Godot Engine itself. Abstraction. So vertex shader to geometry shader to shape assembly. Tests and blending. Fragment shader. Rasterization. Oh. Shape assembly, rasterization, fragment shader, tests and blending. Okay. I'm gonna make the best damn rhythm game. Yeah. Get that. Vertex is a collection of data in a 3D coordinate. It's used to represent attributes that can contain any data we'd like, but for simplicity, let's assume each vertex consists of just a 3D position and some color. Oh. Needs a hint as to what to form the data. Do we want the data to be rendered as a collection of points, collection of triangles, or perhaps just one long line? Called primitives and are given to OpenGL. Some hits are points, triangles, and line strip. First part of the pipeline is the vertex shader. The main purpose of the vertex shader is to transform 3D coordinates into different 3D coordinates. The vertex shader allows us to do some basic processing of the vertex attributes. The output of the vertex shader is optionally passed into the geometry shader.
That guy! Over here!
How was your nap, Tar? We got a window, by the way, while you were sleeping. Also, scones is working like a breeze. See, I got a window. Let's see here. The output of the vertex shader stage is optionally passed to the geometry shader. It takes in input of collection of vertices and form or primitive and has the ability to generate other shapes by emitting new vertices to form new or other primitives. In this case, it generates a second triangle. I'm watching more tabletop this time. This one's about Fallout instead of Pokemon. Nice. There's a tabletop Fallout game? What? Why not just play the game instead? Technically, Fallout 1 and 2 is advanced form of a tabletop game. Takes in all the vertices, or vertex if geo points is chosen, from the vertex or geometry, shader, that form one or more primitives and assembles all the points in the primitive shape given. In this case, 2 triangles. Yes! The output of the primitive assembly stage is then passed to the rasterization stage, where it maps the resulting primitives to core pixels on the final screen, resulting in fragments for fragment shader use. Clipping is performed. Clipping discards all fragments that are outside your view, increasing performance. Ooh. That's cool. The main purpose of the fragment shader is to calculate all of the final color of the pixel. So fragments, 3D scene. We calculate the final pixel color like light, shadows, color, and so on. After all of the corresponding color values are determined, the final will pass through one or more stage. We call it the alpha test. And blending stage. The stage checks the depth and stencil value. One of the fragments used to check the resulting fragments is front or behind other objects and should be discarded accordingly. We also check for alpha values and blends the objects accordingly, so even if a pixel output code is calculated, the final output code should be something entirely different when rendering multiple triangles. Tabletop is like D&D, just not following the basic D&D rules and stories, changing it based off the systems and game master. Dungeon master is D&D, game master is anything else. Ah, I see. Also, Cat, I don't think I need to explain why I'm not playing tabletop games if I'm always here lurking. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. The geometry shader is optional and usually left to its default shader. There's also the tessellation stage. The what? Transform feedback loop when we haven't depicted here, but that's something for later. That's something for later, huh? In modern OpenGL, we are required to find at least a vertex and fragment shader on our own. There's no default fragment shaders in the GPU. For this reason, it's often quite difficult to start learning modern OpenGL since a great deal of knowledge is required before being able to render your first triangle. Once you do get to finally render your first triangle, in the end of the chapter, you'll end up learning a lot more about graphics programming. To start drawing, we'll first give OpenGL some input to vertex data. Why is it formatted like this? OpenGL doesn't simply transform all the 3D coordinates to 2D pixels on the screen. OpenGL only processes 3D coordinates when they're specifically in a range between -1 and 1 on all 3 axes. All coordinates within this are called normalized device coordinates. Range, it will end up visible on your screen. And all coordinates outside this region won't. I guess that's why it's hard to make a 3D engine, huh? Because we want to render a single triangle, we want to specify a total of 3 vertices, with each vertex having a 3D position. We'll define them normalized in a float array. I guess we just have vertices. Let's just put them right there. Because OpenGL works in a 3D space, we render a 2D triangle with each having a z-coordinate of 0. This way the depth of the triangle remains the same while making it look like it's in 2D. Once your vertex coordinates have been processed in the vertex shader, they should be normalized, which is a small space the x, y, and z values vary from -1 to 1. Any coordinates that fall outside this range will be discarded, clipped, and won't be visible on your screen. Okay. Unlike usual screen coordinates, the positive y-axis points in the up direction, and the 0, 0 is at the center of the graph instead of the top left. Eventually, you want all of the coordinates to end up in the coordinate space, otherwise they won't be visible. NDC coordinates will then be transformed to screen space coordinates via the viewport transform using the data provided by GL viewports. The result space coordinates are then transferred to fragments as inputs for fragment shader. Wow. There is a lot. What is this? Buffer? Ugh. We like to send it in as an input of the first process of the graphics pipeline, the vertex shader. This is a very long tutorial. I'm barely even a quarter of the way down. The advantage is using those buffer objects that can send large batches of data at once to the graphics card, and keep it there if there's enough memory left, without having to send one vertex at a time. One data vertex at a time, sending data to the graphics card. It's relatively slow. We try to send as much data as possible at once. Once the data is in the graphics card's memory, the vertex shader has almost instant access to the vertices, making it extremely fast. Okay. I guess we have to grab the buffer. So we can generate one with a buffer ID using the GL gen buffers function. Screen vertices. Now we need the buffer unassigned ints VBO GL gen buffers 1 at VBO. So I guess that's just some data. OpenGL has many types of buffer objects, and the buffer type of a vertex buffer object is GL array buffer. OpenGL allows us to bind to several buffers at once. As long as they have a different buffer type, we can bind the newly created buffer GL array buffer target with the GL bind buffer. Cool. GL array buffer. This. From that point, we'll call any buffer calls we make, including this one, will be used to configure the currently bound buffer, which is the VBO. Then we can make a call to the GL buffer data function that copies the previously defined vertex data into the buffer's memory. Oh wow, what the heck? Thanks! I don't know why my theme did that. Figure bound buffer, which is VBO. We got a GL buffer data function that copies the previously defined data into the buffer's memory. GL buffer data. Array buffer. Size of vertices. I guess that's the how much vertices are in there. Vertices. GL Static draw. What does static draw mean? It's a function specifically targeted to copy user data into the currently bound buffer. Second argument specifies the size of the data. Third one is the data. The fourth one specifies how we want the graphics card to manage the given data. Cool. Stream draw, static draw, dynamic draw. Does not change, it's used a lot and stays the same for every render call, so it's used at best. So this usage type is at best GL static draw. If for instance, one would have a buffer with data that is likely to change frequently, you use the dynamic draw. Ensures that graphics card will place the data in memory that allows for faster writes. As of now, we store the vertex data within memory of the graphics card. Next, we want to create a vertex and fragment shader that actually processes this data. Christ, there's so much to do. First thing you need to do is write a vertex shader in the OpenSL language, GLSL language. And then compile the shaders that we use in our open application. GLSL package. So, Debian? GLSLC. Well, take your time now. A command line compiler with GCC and command-like usage for better integration with build systems. An API where function can be added without breaking existing clients. An API supported by increased functionality such as file include support. I mean, maybe. Do I need to create a separate file? Debug system? No. Debug symbols. Okay. Below you find the source code of a very basic vertex shader. It's the highest, higher version, the more response to OpenGL version 4.2, for example. Okay. We also explicitly mentioned we're using core function functionality. What? Was this explained before? Hang on. What do you mean? This is getting started. Where? I'm a little confused. Hang on.
It's not easy being green.
It's not easy being green. I see. Really ain't easy being green. There's a lot of green in this document. Drink. Yay. Still have no idea how. Does it say? Do I have to make my own file? Oh no, we store it. We store the source code in a very long string. Oh, okay. Why? Is what? What the hell? Because we did no processing without any. We just forwarded to the shader's output. Okay. Also, I hope you're enjoying that Mario music. In order for OpenGL to use a shader, it has to dynamically compile it at runtime. Sure. Whatever, man. Is this what it means when every time I open up Unreal Engine, it says compiling shaders? Buffer shader? Let's just put this over here. Screen. Just making sure this stuff works. Unsigns int vertex shader. Vertex shader equals GL create shader GL vertex shader. Okay. That's good. I'm going to create a game that runs so much faster than Friday Night Funkin' because it's not made using a runtime language. That's what Haxaflixel is, by the way. Hax itself is a runtime language. The fastest runtime language I know is LuaJIT. And Hax is 4 times slower than LuaJIT, if I remember the graphs correctly. We need to provide this with a GL create shader. Since we're creating a vertex shader, we need to pass in GL vertex shader. Oh, compile shader. Hey, it's my old arch enemy of Payday 3. Compile the shader, idiot. Shader source. Vertex shader. 1. I'm going to store this into RAM. Vertex shader source. No. GL compile shader. Vertex shader. That's just a loop. So that's fine. The shader source takes in the shader object as a first argument, specifies how many streams we're passing, which is only 1. The third parameter is the actual source code, and the fourth one is null. Oh, the fourth one is to check success? No. It just checks to whether it is successful or not. That's good to know that you could check to see if it dynamically compiled the stuff at runtime. I don't know why it does compile the stuff at runtime, because it seems a little bit weird to do something like this. But I don't know. well, I digress, since I guess Unreal Engine decided it wants all of the systems to compile everything for him. Fragment shader. Ah, here we go again. Fragment shader is the second and final shader we're going to use to render the triangle. This is the color, right? Yep. I know what the 4 values is. Oh my god, you don't need to treat me like a baby. The fragment shader only requires one output variable. Well, we have create shader right here, right? So let's go ahead and put this entire source code into fragment shader source. Also, I'm glad you didn't just give me the source code this time. Fragment shader source. So this. New line. Then afterwards, out. New line. New line this. I like how I have to manually edit the source code to get this to work. Get this, new line. You probably don't need a new line all of this, to be honest. But for consistency's sake, I want to actually make a new line. What is 0? What does 0 mean? Is this like end of file? Oh, it's an O. Oh wait, no, it is a 0. This one. Huh. It's not exactly liking the fact that I pressed this one, huh? A null terminator. Specifies the end of a string. Oh, okay. So technically, const char. This should be a string, but it isn't. So we do the exact same thing. Unsigned int fragment shader. Fragment shader equals GL create shader GL fragment shader. Now we take this shader source is going to be the fragment shader, one string. That's the fragment shader source. Nothing at the end. We then will compile this shader right here. Cool. Both the shaders are compiled, and one last thing we do is link both shaders objects into a shader program that we can use for rendering. A shader program is the final linked output of multiple shaders combined. To use the recently compiled shaders, we have to link them to the shader program object, and then activate the shader program when rendering objects. The activated shader program shaders will be used when the issue render calls. Creating a program object is easy. shader program. Unsigned int shader program. Shader program gl creates program. The GL program function creates a program and returns the ID of the reference of the newly created program client. Now we attach the shaders. Easy. Link program. Should be self-explanatory. We attach shaders to the program and link them via GL link program. Just like shader compilation, we can also check if the linking a shader program failed and retrieve the corresponding log. However, instead of using GL get shader IV and GL get shader log, we now use get program info log. We can now activate using GL use program. Fucking wild. And don't forget to delete the shader object once we link them to the program object. We no longer need them here. Oh! You could just delete them. Cool. Oh. We have the buffer, right? The vertex shader allows us to simplify any input we want in the form of vertex attributes, and while this allows for great flexibility, this does mean we have to manually specify which part of our input data goes to which vertex attribute in the vertex shader. This means we have to specify how OpenGL should interpret that vertex data before rendering. What is stride? Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Oh, position data is stored in a 32-bit 4-byte floating point values. I get why stride is that much. Each position is corresponding to 3 of those values. There's no space between each value. They are tightly packed. The first value in the data is the beginning of the buffer. Wow, cubes! I love me, my cube brain! This is really accurate to what we're doing right now.
B and I just kicked your ass!
Oh. It's sad day for all. I got my ass kicked. Ah! Oh god! It's the soldier. He's come to cloak my ass. Fucking. You have been kicked again. I should just put it in cloak and voice lines. Now go to the forums and cry like a little bitch you are. Oh, I remember this song. This is a very good song. Oh, fun fact. Within a 6-hour stream, I usually get one claim from one person. So that means there's one song that's always like copyrightable, I guess. Or claimable. Not like it matters, it's on YouTube. It's better if you have watch time on YouTube. Like, if you take a look right here, one person, this is probably Tar, one person watched from, let's just approximate, say 5:10, all the way to, let's approximate and say, oh wait, these are minutes. 5:05 to 5:15. So this is technically 2 hours of watch time. Same for me, every once in a while a song gets claimed. And there's not really much you can do about it. Because of the way YouTube works, and how scared they are of the claim system, as well as the claim system being shared, you can't exactly get around this system. It's impossible to get around the system, unfortunately. Which is why some people just don't even bother streaming to YouTube. I only stream to YouTube because occasionally there's one person who sits around in my YouTube chat, and that translates to watch time. I am a great one viewer. You really are, Tar. Good job. Good job. Head pats for you. Good job. But the reason I stream to YouTube is that it translates to watch time. So, the more watch time you get on YouTube, the more you get closer to that yummy ad revenue. Which means, if someone disabled their ad blocker, you would start getting paid on YouTube as well. Tell OpenGL how to interpret the vertex data per vertex attribute using the GL vertex attrib pointer. I guess we're going to interpret the data as it sees fit. GL vertex attrib pointer. Zero to 3. GL float. GL false. What does GL false do? 3 times the size of the float itself with this one over here. I'm assuming this is a function if I'm putting in void, but it has to be 0. We then enable this vertex attrib array. And that will allow it to be able to render, I believe. I have an ad blocker, but it's only for pop-ups. I hate pop-ups. I have an ad blocker itself because I got so annoyed at every single advertisement that keeps showing up to the point where I just put an ad blocker. It's really a set and then afterwards forget sort of situation. I can't wait for another 75 hours, 32 minutes to pass, because that means it's the 30th. What happens on the 30th? Fish? Alright, what the fuck does this entire thing mean? It's your birthday on the 30th! Oh! Here, let me secretly do something in the background. Calendar. Just put that in right there. Oh, perfect. I said like a stream or two ago when you talked about moving. Damn, I must have forgot. I will not forget now. It is safely tucked in my brainicles. The first parameter specifies... We both have mega brains. First parameter specifies which vertex attribute we want to configure. Remember that we specified location of the position attributes. I want to be able to render a triangle before we're done here. Like this was a hell of a thing to set up. I'm glad I was able to set up scones, so I know how to set up scones now on my own, by myself. I want to render a triangle though. This script is already 100 lines long. It's okay to forget. I forget when my birthday is sometimes too. Yeah, it happens. Alright. Since we're on past it. So, Cat, when can we play the rhythm game? Okay, you want to see the rhythm game code right now? Here it is. Here's the rhythm game code. Can you identify where the input and output is? No, I'm not joking. This is the entirety of the rhythm game code, Tar. Tar, it doesn't look like numbers. This is the entirety of the code. Oh, you see the header file? Here, let's go to the header file. Here's the header file code. There's nothing there? It looks so cool, like when I turn my monitor off. Yeah, there's nothing there because I can't code. So no game for a long time, okie dokie. So here's the thing. With how OpenGL works, as far as I know, it's relatively simple. You get some vertices. Just bear with me with the code. You get some vertices. You do some bullshit with the buffer. And then afterwards, you have the program. Now, you grab those vertices and you put them within that program itself, and it's going to render out the blocks. I'm saying this is because once I'm able to render out multiple blocks, I believe that's when I can make the rhythm game itself. I can at least start with it. Now, granted, I have not that much idea as to how to make it universal in the first place, because I've only worked with one game engine. However, what I can do is try my best to track multiple events at once. Parappa the Rapper, it can be. So my goal is to make it, is to at least make it so that way you have 4 buttons, and it tracks the time. And when you click a button that corresponds to a certain time of an array, which is probably a struct at this point, then it will give you a rating, it will add points, and then it will move on. Now notice I didn't say anything about the direction of the movement. Notice I didn't say anything about how the game works. That's because of how the universal rhythm game is going to work, is that it's going to track a lot of variables that a regular rhythm game would track, with the only exception being how the game itself is rendered. So, you know how Guitar Hero, with Guitar Hero itself, the notes come from the top to the bottom? Well, In some games, the notes can go from the bottom to the top. But because each note... Yes. So, because each note can be rendered differently based on time, I could track a time variable and then have it change depending on the time itself. How I'm going to implement delta time into an OpenGL project that doesn't have anything to do with time is it's a problem for future me, because right now I'm just trying to render out a triangle. Holy crap, my bladder's about to burst. I will be right back. I come back and I see Doggo saying, so when are you making the triangle? I am trying to make it right now. You see the source code? All of the source code is literally here, so that way I can make the triangle itself. It's a lot tougher using the raw rendering engine than just going and creating the shall we say, thing in like Godot engine where all the rendering is done for you. Hell, even SDL has a lot of the rendering abstracted away. Next argument specifies if we want the data to be normalized. Well, it's already normalized, and one it's not relative, so it's GL false. Our fifth argument is known as a stride, and it tells us the space between the consecutive vertex array attributes. So the next set of the position looks exactly 3 times the size of a float array. We specify that value as the stride. Note that since we don't need the array value is the array value is tightly packed, We could have also specified the stride as 0 to let OpenGL determine the stride. This only works if the values are tightly packed. Whenever we have more vertex attributes, we have to carefully define the spacing between each vertex attribute. But we'll get to more examples of that later on. Also, yeah, that's Future Cat's problem. I didn't read the bottom of your message. I just see a bunch of dancing emotes, and I was just like, oh yeah, that's just a message about dancing. And dancing to whatever. I don't dance that much? Well, why not? Dance more. Last parameter is of type void, and thus requires that weird cast. This is the offset of which the data begins at the buffer. What? Since the position is at the start of the array, why is the start at the end? Use other emojis. Dancing IRL would end with me on the floor tired. Well, that's a faster way for you to go to sleep. Oh, speaking of dancing. You know what? I'll save that for later. And when I mean later, I mean 3 days. You will hear about it in the next 3 days. That's a quote from Travis Baker, by the way. Y'all know who Travis Baker is, right? Bean water. Each vertex takes its data from memory, managed by VBO, and which VBO it takes data from is determined by the VBO currently bound to the buffer. Since the previously defined VBO is still bound before calling this, vertex attribute 0 is now associated with its vertex data. You like to see me more than dancing, but my voice naturally sucks. Now, after puberty. Also, who? Doggo knows. He knows. The Candyman. Travis Baker. He is one of the... Here, let me get you an image. Oh, no, that's fine. No, not this idiot. Hold on. Who the fuck is this kid? I'll tell you in 3 days. Moving like Rockstar Games. Candyman. Yes! Oh, open in tab. Perfect. It's Travis Baker. Never seen that before. Weren't you here during my crime boss streams? Where I was just grinding out the game? By the way, I finished. I've achieved every single boss perk and every single weapon in the game. Apparently, you only get $155,000 after you get everything when you level up. So it's not really worth it. He's so majestic. You were playing other games? Like what? Payday 2? Stupid. Why is Travis Baker so disproportionate? Hold on. His body seems wide. He looks fat. He doesn't look fat. He just seems wide. Like one of my uncles? Well, funny you should mention that. It's Mexican fat? He's not even Mexican! He's pure white! He's like me! He's white as can be. He just looks wide. Like, this image does not make him do justice. I'm not going to rag on it because this is ArtStation. So this is a professional who specifically puts their art on here so that way they could be hired by someone else. So I won't rag on someone just trying to get a bag. It just looks wide. But anyways. You keep saying uncle, and when the voice actor was still alive, he was in fact an uncle. He had a couple of grandchildren. The reason why he started voice acting in video games themselves was because he saw his children like play fucking, what was it, Call of Duty? And he was like, yeah, I came out of retirement so that way I could do that. And it was honestly pretty cool of him to do so. Unfortunately now, the voice actor passed on. And I hope he's doing better in the afterlife than he was here. Now, Chuck Norris. Rest in piss, Chuck Norris. Fuck that guy. In Mexican culture, is not only just a brother of your father or mother. I didn't know that. I only took beginner Spanish lessons. So I barely know anything. You have like 20 uncles? Again, I barely know anything. Also, when did Google put in this page? When did Google put in this page? I hate this page. I hate how it's like, you're being redirected. I don't give a damn. Redirect me. I clicked the theme to begin with. Also, who is this fool? Travis Baker looks a lot better in the game, to be honest. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. So, we bind the buffer. Didn't we already do this? We already bound the buffer, right? GL bind buffer. Bind the buffer. Buffer data is the vertices in draw mode. We have all the... And back to ESO. Get redirected, idiot. Listen here, shit for brains. I do not have a problem with being redirected. But the Google doesn't even redirect you. It just tells you you're being redirected, but you have to manually redirect yourself. That's just bad on Google's part. I think this works. Use the program. Some OpenGL function that draws our triangle. Are you telling me that is it are we can you please draw my triangle? Scones. Ah. How do I declare something? Oh. That makes sense. So it should be GL example. Yeah, it's not drawing my triangle yet. So how do I draw my triangle? Vertex array object. Can be bounds like a vertex array buffer object, and any subsequent calls from that point will be stored inside the vow. This has the advantage when configuring vertex attribute pointers. You'll have to make those calls once, and Whenever we want to draw the object, we just bind the corresponding val. This makes switching between different vertex data and attributes as easy as binding a different val. All the states we just store inside the val. Okay. We calls the enable array. We then afterwards configures the vertex pointer. And then makes a call to the vertex attribute pointer. So the val is the thing that renders a triangle. Oh, yep. It's the triangle we were looking for. Alright. Let's do it. Render our triangle. So we need an unsigned int val. This is going to be gen vertex arrays 1. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure this only works on Linux, by the way. So if you don't have a Linux desktop, then I guess you can't look at my triangle. To use the val, you have to bind the val. Oh, didn't we already... Oh. GL binds vertex array val. Some OpenGL function that draws a triangle. Motherfucker. Okay. Use program, bind it. GL draw arrays. GL draw rays. GL triangles. 03. How many vertices we want to draw? Which is 3. We want to render one triangle from the data, which is actually 3 vertices long. Nice. Scots. OpenGL example. Shit. Something went wrong. Might have been the shader itself. You can go up here and see if the vertex shader was a success. We do that by sconcing it. And here. Since we have so many of these shaders, we could just make a function to simplify it. Oh, how do I see out? Is it not this? Nothing. We won't worry about input. What is this a part of? Undeclared identifier std. Include std. I guess we could just say cout. Oh, it's C++. We can't do that then. So it has to be something else. Printf. We just do printf. and stdio. The reason why we can't do that specifically is because we're not using C++. Okay, that's not the issue. We're gonna do the same exact thing for the fragment shader. Oh, both are working well. Okay. Then this should work if they're using the shader. What happens if I remove these then? Let's put those back. Go. And remove these. Where these are going? I have a feeling these need to go at the top. Nope. So, like, what's the issue this time? Got your screen vertices. You have the buffer. It should have drew a triangle, but it didn't. Data. Generate the buffer. Right. And we have that vertex shader. And it's right here. There are no errors to this vertex shader. We scroll down, vertex shader, then we create our shader. This vertex shader is then, afterwards, create this at, oh, no, that still works. Null GL fragment shader, yep. Fragment shader exists. Yep, that's correct. Files the shader. Shader program. Create the program. Attach the vertex to fragment. Then link the program. Let's do this. Maybe there's something wrong with linking the program. Scones. Nope. No problem here. Okay. Use program, shader program. Then delete the shaders. Okay. This is almost verbatim. What is the issue with this? It's verbatim. Is there something wrong? Where's VBO? Static draw. The points. Okay. If we fail to bind the vow, OpenGL will most likely refuse to draw anything. Okay. What is the difference? Oh. So, most likely, I've been creating all of this in the loop. So, let's not worry about all of this. In the loop, let's just put it outside. Draw triangles should be also outside. So... Find vertex array. GL use program. Where's that? We have to use this one every single time. So we'll put that right here. Grab this, put this outside as well. Now it uses the program and it draws it. Swaps buffers, pulls events, moves on. Inputs. Screen. Triangles. Done. Triangle! Yay! Holy crap! Triangle! Yay! Holy fuck. Triangle jump scare. Oh, this is cool. Now this is rockin'. That's a damn fine triangle if I ever seen anything like it. We got a triangle. That is super good. Super. Now that we have a triangle, we know that GLAD works. Now that we have a triangle, we know that OpenGL's GLWF works. The standard library works. So we could close these out. And this can be here. Get commits triangle. Oh. Oh yeah, the thousands of lines. Don't worry about those. That's just glad, probably. I need to put in glad so that way it actually knows how to work with my hardware itself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to draw anything. Glad exists. So I probably need to go over here now. Can I make stuff? Struct. Note. So we're gonna start making stuff over here. How long are songs usually? And would that... I think songs aren't longer than 38 zeros, so we should be fine. Floats. Rest. That's time. This one is going to be... Do we have vectors? Floats. Position. X. Floats. Position Y. And we have to press that time. This will move the note. Hold on. How did I want to do this? We could just use these for now? No. We don't need these positions. Press that time, I believe, is all we need for the struct at the moment. Notes list would be an array of notes. How do I make an array of inst? This? Like that, okay. Now, how do we get the time? Do we need to pull the system for the time? That might actually work. Constantly pulling the system for time. I'm not sure if OpenGL allows us to see the time change, though. So that's what we're going to work with. Hey Cat, I need help choosing. Should I let a man that feed lots of people to his vampire son, or kill him? A mother is grieving over her son that got turned into vampire food, so help me. What fucking game are you playing again? I guess... You keep saying the acronym, and I'm always nodding, and it's like, yeah, I totally understand that. You might have explained this before, too. And just forgot what the acronym is. Oh. Kill him. I love helping. Screen vertices. I wonder if you could change that based on a sine wave. You only killed the whole town? Oh. Have you tried killing him twice then? Element buffer objects. What? We specify top, bottom, right. And set overhead of 50% since the same rectangle can be specified with only 4 vertices instead of 6. Link us where it says more complex models have over thousands of triangles where large chunks that overlap. A better solution is to order... What? Yes, I just helped them send him to the grave. The vampire child I killed personally. Gotcha. What would be a better solution is to store only the unique vertices and then specify your which we want to draw these vertices in. In that case, we would only have to store 4 vertices for the rectangle. Then, just specify which we would like to draw them in. Wouldn't it be great if OpenGL provides a feature like that? Thankfully, element buffer objects work exactly like that. An EBO is a buffer, just like the vertex buffer object, that store indices that OpenGL uses to decide what vertices to draw. This so-called index drawing is exactly the solution to our problem. To get started, we have first specify unique vertices and the indices to draw them as a rectangle. Copy, paste, copy, paste. You can see that when using indices, you only need 4 vertices instead of 6. Next, we need to create the element buffer object. Unsigned int. Let's just scroll down here. Vertex array. Outputs? Outputs. Shader program, shader itself. Vertex buffer. And then scroll down to create an element buffer. Element buffer. Buttsfur? What? Buffer. I guess we'll just generate another goddamn buffer. Similar to the VBO, we bind the EBO and a copy of the indices into the buffer with GL buffer data. Also, just like the VBO, we want to place those calls between a bind and an unbind call. Although this time we specify the buffer as a buffer type. GL bind buffer. Element array buffer. EBO. GL buffer data. GL element array buffer size of the indices. Well, that's capitalized. I want to use size of so that way it's the actual STD that I want. Indices GL static raw. Note that now we're given the array buffer as a buffer target. Last thing you want to do is replace the draw arrays with the draw elements to indicate that we want to render the triangles from the index buffer. We want to use the indices provided. So we go over here, we have to change draw arrays to GL draw GL triangles 6. GL unsigned int 0. Alright. First argument specifies the mode we want to draw in, similar to GL draw arrays. The second argument is the elements we like to draw. We specified 6 indices. We'll draw 6 vertices in total. The third argument is the type of indices in which to get the GL unsigned int. The last one allows us to specify the object or the EBO of the pass, but that is when you're not using an element buffer object. We're just going to leave this as 0. You eat salt? I lick salt. We are not the same. Tasty salt. You should eat salt. Well, but salt. Salty. Salt is salty. Just straight up salt. I'll go drink seawater. That's a lot of salt. Like a handful of salt. I'll go get salt later. Like, as soon as I'm done rendering out the square, I might just end the stream. Because I'm gonna be honest, this is hard work. Trying to... You just eat You eat salt when you're bored? I took a piss, and apparently, according to the color, I am a little bit dehydrated. Like, and you just eat salt? How much water do you drink? I'm really curious as to how much water you drink. You drink a lot of water? Fair enough. I don't drink a lot of water. Instead, I sit at my computer and I go, how do I render a square? So, we bind the vertex array. We draw the elements. Do we need to bind it? No. Why are we binding nothing? Is that a part of it? You can chug a 32-ounce bottle? 50-50 if you could chug a 32-ounce bottle. It's impressive. I don't know why you're doing that, though. Holy the square! Square! Hey, look, cats. It's you. Because you're a square. Is that all it wants me to do? And the one on the right is the rectangle in wireframe mode. What? You never showed me what this is. What is wireframe mode? What is wireframe mode? At least I'm drawing squares. That means I could actively move it. But if I can move it, in that case, I would need to figure out... Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me run this again. Okay, I see. So, normalizing, according to this, is essentially making it so that way it renders it based on the screen area. So if I were... Like, how do you say that name? Hold on. Latentic! Welcome! You are now one of the cats. We are currently drawing a... Hello, hi. Hello, hold on. There. Hi, hello. My camera's not fast enough to run in my hands. Saw C and clicked? Yeah. C, the only reason why I'm using C is because I looked at C++26 and I sort of realized that I don't want to deal with whatever comes in the future. Like when C++29 comes out, I don't want to have to deal with whatever that is. So let's just go back in time to see the ever not changing C, and just use this instead. Half an hour to compile Hello World. In all fairness, sometimes C++ compiles faster because of how it works. Although, according to the performance metrics I saw, C++ is like a little bit slower than C. Just a tiny bit. In some cases, it performs as well as C. I just don't want to deal with all of the syntax and the semantics with C++. Let's just go to C. So right now we're trying to work with OpenGL. Yeah, definitely. Right now we're trying to work with OpenGL so that way we could actively get squares to render on our screen, which you saw, we got squares. Now what we need to do is try to figure out, is that the next part of the tutorial? Hold on. Scrolling. Shaders. Okay. So, that's a lot later on. But what I need to do is make it so that way those squares move on the screen itself. And I need it to move because I'm trying to make a universal rhythm game for this project. I want to make it so that way you could easily bind the universal rhythm game to anything. OpenGL, Godot Engine, etc. And it would just function without any flaws. Hopefully. Oh, wow, there's a lot. Model loading? Wait, does it actually load GLBs? Quick detour, what? GLMs. Like, does it load GLBs? This looks very similar to the GLB format. Like, really similar. I guess this is what? What is this? Asimp? Yeah, Blender. Yeah, I thought so. I see. Anyways, yeah, I think this is the thing that allows you to make GLB models and allows you to interact with OpenGL, so that way you could render those models on the thing itself. which is pretty freaking sick. Pretty sick. Oh, what is this now? Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I finished up Hello Triangle before moving on to shaders. Seems like a little bit more. And that's probably the tutorial where I make a rainbow triangle, right? Use program, delete shader. Don't I need to free stuff from memory? You managed to draw a triangle or rectangle just like it did, and congratulations, you can make it past one of the hardest parts on modern OpenGL, drawing your first triangle. This is difficult since there is a large chunk of knowledge required to be able to draw a first triangle. Oh, I'll say... Damn. How long did it take for us to draw a triangle in the first place? 4 hours? Wow. Exercises. Try to draw 2 triangles next to each other using draw arrays by adding more vertices to your data. Now create the same 2 triangles using 2 different VAOs and BVAOs for the data. I guess that's a test your knowledge sort of thing. I'm not here to test my knowledge. I'm here to continue on. Shaders. Yes, we know what shaders are. Shaders always begin with the version declaration, followed by a list of input and output variables for uniforms and its main function. Each shader's entry point is at its main function, where it processes any input variables and output the variables to its output. What? And outputs the results to its output variables. Tongue twister. Don't worry, if you don't know what the uniforms are, we'll get to those shortly. I do not know what a uniform is indeed. This tutorial is like partly written in C++, because there's like this std cout, which I believe is only made in C++. But I'm trying to write this whole thing in C. So I have to translate some of this stuff into C itself. Max vertex attribs. There's always at least 4 component vertex attributes available, but some hardware may allow for more. Which is more than enough for purposes. Oh. Okay. Data types for specifying which kind of variable we want to work with. Int, float, double, uint, and bool. Also features container types, which are vectors and matrices. 2, 3, and 4 component container types. Any of the basics we just mentioned. Vec-n. What is this? bvec-n. Okay, that just specifies. That's fine. The ins and outs. Nice. When's the part where I could change its color? Oh, are we mixing them together? Let's go ahead and look at the shaders we already made. Fragment shader code. I wonder if there's a difference between the vertex shader and the fragment shader. I guess we could find that out by just changing this color. So we could put that in quotes, tab it, and then new line it. And that should make it... Nope, I didn't render it out. Scones that. Well, it probably broke. Oh, specify a color output. We need to put this in there as well. Boop. And some new line. There we go, that should work. It doesn't appear like anything changed. I'm gonna be honest. I'm supposed to be seeing a dark red? I don't see a dark red. I see the bright orange. Oh. Okay, yeah, I see it now. It just scroll down. You'll find the answer. You can take in another variable and then output. Okay, I got ya. What's the difference between a vertex and a fragment, though? I think specifically that's listed within the drawing of the triangle. Okay, so the vertexes are probably the points, and the fragments is everything else. Gotcha. So it makes sense I wouldn't see anything, because I'm coloring in probably over the vertex colors itself. So we could probably just... let's just remove that. No reason for it to be here. Scones that. There we go. Square is back in our original position. Uniforms. We set this variable in our OpenGL code. Uniforms are global. Global meaning that a uniform variable is a unique per shader program object. It can be accessed from any shader that the stage, at any stage in the shader program. Huh. Okay. Whatever you set the uniform value to, uniforms will keep their values until they're either reset or updated. Declare a uniform in GLSL, we simply add the uniform keyword to a shader with a name. Nailed it. Fragments would be this one. But instead of that, we put uniform. Followed by color. Instead of doing this, color is going to equal frag color. If you declare a uniform that isn't used anywhere in your GLSL code, the compiler will silently remove the variable from the compiled version, which is cause for several frustrating errors. Keep that in mind. Okay. Oh, a get time! There is a delta time-esque variable within it. Ah, I'm glad I found that out. I want to specifically see... Okay. So, oh. The timer measures time elapsed since the call. So it can function as a delta time, because you take a look, you could set the time. You could always set it back to 0, so technically. Otherwise, it would just do it as set. Okay, got it. Can I always set it as 0 then? Like, from the start of the rendering to the end, I could probably get specifically that. Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab our fun stuff here. Oh, we already used this program. Hold on. Use program. Where is that? Oh, okay. Use program. So, grab this. Churning the time. Oh. Include math. Include math.h. What is this? Why are you including X11? I'm using Waylands right now. Are you kidding? Like, it's... Whatever, man. I guess we're using X11 for the time being. And I know there's a translation layer between X11 and Wayland, so probably shouldn't worry about it too much. So use program, shader program. We put the GL uniform. Put that under. Did I? Scones. There's an error. Undefined reference to symbol. So what is the math library it uses then? Oh, it's separate. How do I include the math library in it? Scones. This error should be how, yeah. LM. So library M. It'd be really stupid if that was it. That is really stupid. You will never gift, it's not fair. Oh well, such is life. At least math works. So... be sure to activate the shader. Update the color. So we did it wrong. You need to activate the shader, then afterwards do the colors. You're not lying to me, are you? Is this correct? Is draw element 6 correct? Yes, it should be. Color. That's the issue. Well, still didn't do anything. Int get location, shader program, color, right. When do you draw the elements? Now we'll render the triangle. You don't need to bind it again. Hmm. I would like for it to render within the square itself and not just the triangle. Hopefully I can find something of the sort. Green value, time value. Vertex color location. Come on. Is it the vertex color? Doesn't seem like it. It seems like I'm coloring the fragment. That's a part of a fragment one. We just put in a uniform. Frag color is equal to color. We put in this. Yeah. Grab the time. Side color equals color. I don't see why they shouldn't work. By all accounts, this makes sense. What if I just replace it with this? It might crash, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. Yep. You should see your triangle gradually change from green to black and back to green. Can't I change the color? I would like to change specifically the rectangle color. But it doesn't look like that. At least they didn't have a static cast. Also, that parenthesis is in the wrong location for whatever reason. Also, I don't know why that did not change. Should have changed. It's still nothing. And still nothing. It's like maybe it gets the color from the vertex area. Fragment shader source. Fine. How do you play? Change this back to our color. What? But what changed? Alright, I guess I need to go back in the VOD to figure out what I did wrong. Because it just looked like nothing changed in my head. Whatever. Changing color. This rectangle do be changing colors. Now, scale. Wow. Alright, that's cool. Am I able to change... I think that's a wayland issue. We won't worry about wayland issues. Specifically. And then afterwards, it's like, wow, you can create your own shader. Oh. That's different. In order to create a rainbow, you need to have different strides. At least offsetted differently. Size of float. So it offsets it by 3 squares. Color is set. So it goes position, then color. And then it repeats when drawing the elements. So now we tightly packed in those, it would draw in colors. Fascinating. That's really fascinating. And because of how the renderer works, we don't need to change that one static... What was it? I'm in my webpage. We don't need to change the static draw on it. Because these are shaders. They don't need to specifically change, since we're not changing any of the locations of the vertices. Writing, compiling, and managing shaders can be quite cumbersome. Oh, this is just shaders in C now? Yeah, that looks like shaders in C. Well, it's using C++ file streams. So how the heck am I supposed to do it when I'm only using C? That ain't fair. I think I know. Instead of doing whatever the f this is, we'll just read from a text file. This is Linux after all. Everything is a file. We could then, once we read from the system itself, we could compile the shaders that way. We store a source code in shader.vs, shader.fs. Yeah. Although I didn't know... Like, that doesn't make sense. You're just including stuff. I guess that's how you auto-detect for... Yeah, I guess that's how you auto-detect. Huh. Well, I could just use the standard C file system stuff. I don't think it'll cause me any issues. I'll do that later, though. For now, texture. You know, am I going down the same road as Nico Fox? You know, creator of, what was it called? Kitsune Tales. I feel like I'm going down the same road. This is probably the exact same tutorial that she followed to make this. I was seeing it, lol. Happy to hear. Not bad, but sleepy. What about you? Why is everyone so sleepy in this stream? But here's the key question. Did every single one of them start their Pokemon journey? I think that's what the plugin is specifically looking for. Would you like to sign a Pokemon contract? Just type in exclamation mark PokeCash to see if you started it. Brick wall. Mapped to a texture from the previous chapter. Am I skipping around? I'd never seen the brick wall texture. What? JAI? Wait, hold on. What is the acronym for JAI? That looks like an acronym. Unless that's not an acronym. Let's just put it in and see what happens. Yeah, I doubt you mean any of these. It's probably an acronym, so I do not know what the acronym is. In order to map a texture to a triangle. Jonathan Blow's coding language. Alright, we have something to search up. Blow's coding language. Ah, okay. And where do I see it? It's probably here. All information in text is collocated from his YouTube videos. Arbitrary compile time execution. Facilitate refactoring. New structures, new approach to these. Yeah, I didn't know him. I was really wondering what you mean. Oh my god. Tar is going on a on a gambling rampage. Oh my god. So what? The programmer using language. The original designer said that video games are machines that fill memory. Is this a video game language? Oh! I see. Will be released this year. Got it. This? You know what? This seems like a more simpler simplified GD script. Makes this refactoring very straightforward. The first... That is simple. Oh, there's a lot more to this than just this. Just simplifies it. Heavily. Yes. It's all about simplicity? Yeah, I've seen it firsthand. What the heck? Is that an emoji? Oh, on Twitch.
To our continued survival. Yeah, right.
This is a Pokemon's Goofy. It is Minecraft the Pokemon. Anyways, JAI. Jai. I'm gonna call it Jai, because JAI sounds terrible. Integrated build process. Yeah, just simple, huh? It has to build stuff. Grouping data is modified at the same time is advantageous for performance. Okay. Jonathan Blow rabbit hole on YouTube. Trust me, you will not regret it. I don't know. Where the heck? Oh, great. I don't think we have an hour. Eight years. This has been in development for so long. I'm assuming since I'm not seeing... Is 10, do you have work? Yes. I do have work. 10 to 11 years. Been a lot of thought put into this programming language, huh? This is language that exists in between C and C++. That's probably not the one. That seems a little bit complex. Zig was inspired by Jai. But very funny enough, Jai is nowhere to be found in anywhere. But Zig is found in my freaking timeline every single time I open up Mastodon. This is real interesting. Hopefully I don't forget about it. None of our previously rated online. Speaking of previously rated, I wonder what happens if I knock on people's streams. Collaborate with me, please. I have 2 viewers. Jai. Alright. Yeah. I'll take a look at it. Cat being raided would be terrifying. What, like people would come and raid me? Oh, I bloody wish that would happen. Oh, it's always so much fun. Has Jispo been the only raider? No. Jitspo was not the only raider. Someone else with 2 viewers rated me when I was at like 10 followers. Oh, crap. Yeah, we have stream elements. It's very relaxed moderation for stream elements. But at the same time... Oh, you're able to move... You are able to remove the timeout. Cool. We have very relaxed moderation from stream elements, but even then, stream elements still is the ultimate decider when it comes to what is quote-unquote bad. Because it's better than the auto moderator. Happens, yeah. This is very fun music. Status. We'll add those. We won't stash the changes, we'll add them. We need to work on the texture, because the texture is kind of the last thing we want to do before we could actively start getting into my eyes. Into, what was it? Making the actual stuff work. Because we have input. We have process input. We have drawing. Now all we need to do is move around the square and make sure that specifically the texture gets rendered. Those are the like last 2 things. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen this image. It's been so long since I've seen this image. The freaking awesome face in the midst of all the sad faces. You have no idea how ancient this image is. This was a very, very old image. My god. The heck? That's it. Interesting. I'm happy to see that again. Texture mapping. Wow, there is a lot to do. I need an image implementation as well. That sucks. I need to figure out a way to put textures into OpenGL. Looks like STB image is what? One way of doing it. Okay.
Wow.
I think that's what we're going to... Yeah. That is all we're going to be doing for today. I think that's everything. I mean, we got a freaking thing that changes colors. Yeah, indeed, time to raid. Let's go ahead and find ourselves a raid target. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Raid target. Who do we have today? Same category. Is anyone programming in C right now? Ooh! We got a Hatsune Miku VTuber. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Probably not. I'm not feeling that one personally. Let's go and send you... What do you mean, none of the people we rated previously are online? Made Mage Dev is currently online at the moment. Unless I'm wrong. Hang on. Refresh. Made mage dev? Oh, whatever, man. Same category. Oh, freaking McMuffin is also online. I don't know about you, but previously rated. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Hello.
The easiest way to like check for all of this would just be
This looks like C.
What we would expect, right?
This looks... Oh, this ain't C. This is var. What is this? GD scripts, but you're working in... You know what? This one. Ready for the raid? Okay, like, listen.
If we do switch...
Or after the paintings marked with red stickers. Security should be lights. What is the other lines? I only know like the beginning part. Security should be light. Something something. Thermal lance. Alright. It's been fun, y'all. Hope you cats have a lovely day. Stay safe. Stay blessed. Stay keep tea. Enjoy yourselves. Let's attack the other person.
Your cat has a personality.
Please, advertisement. Alright. Oh, my neck! I really cracked it. No more delay. No more delay. Let's raid.
If target selected does not equal button select.